Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Go and play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Might need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what's say that. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did, and they twist and they worse till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My God up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to boss me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that Lambe. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up, she taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands, Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands, Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands, Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands, Delilah, don't you know my don't you know.
till they come up. It's the first page, but I shake the road up just like an earthquake. Still follow my dreams, even in the worst way. Still doing my thing, no break in my birthday. Take a long way home, had to lean on myself. Let's try to swallow me go. Jump so high, it's not about a cushion in the max, but all about power through the struggle and the test. 38 in my lung, I can even breathe. Praying to the sky, even almost getting sick. I am who I am, even talking from the street. If you want some beef, Leo, turn me to the beast. Before getting caught up, I need to get caught out. Stuck in the cage, trying to find my way to broke out. Got a whole lot of pull now, I just need a boat out. One day on my shelf, so my tickets will be sold out. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'ma run and play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots, I'm still I'm breaking. Get a move on, I'm still to make it. Ready for the ride, ready for the fight. I said I move too quick, don't last till the highlight. No time, I got no time. Road to the hilltop, always so rocky, so tight. Gamble with my life, hard to being on my own. Trying to stay in line, so I live it on my phone. You can find one of a kind person like me. Living in the moment, had to set my mind free. Cause over fear, anytime's near. I'm to the tears, finally don't shed tears. Betting on me is the right way to stand now. Always pulling down the ramp before the rainbow. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'ma run and play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots, I'm still I'm breaking. Get a move on, I'm still to make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Can't tell me nothing, don't know why. I'm around for the long ride. Look up, kiss the sky, waste no time. I'll be riding all my life.
Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'ma run and play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see. was hit hard. Here, Liv. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn. What's going on? What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rainbow Six Operation League Southeast Asia 2022 Autumn Series. My name is Proto, and joining me back on the desk after a short break is the man, the myth, the legend himself, Lan. How you doing, Lan? Welcome back.
Oh, it's great to be back here for the autumn season, and it's great to see you again, Proto. Excited to be here for yet another season and another league of Rainbow Six.
Look, it has been a hot minute since we have been on the Operations League, obviously ending things, a short couple of months ago. But Lan, we are back for the Autumn Series. Very, very excited to see how everything pans out. Obviously, we have the same names coming back in, but a couple of new faces across the board.
Yeah, that's right. We've got some pretty interesting developments over the last qualifying season. We can talk about that later, of course, but it's not like everything's too different. We obviously still have a lot of the names that everyone's so familiar with, and everyone already knows. World famous Apex Last Hope, King Elevate. So we'll see how they play over the season, and if everyone else has stepped their game up. But that's what we're here for. We're here for a lot of context, or what's the word for it, Proto?
Content.
Yeah, content. That's the word. Sorry. Content on seeing how a lot of these teams have either developed or how they're still where they are.
Well, I mean, getting on to where they were and how they got to where they are currently, there has been a lot going on behind the scenes. Obviously, at the end of the last season, we crowned our victors. But, I mean, coming into this season, Lan, we've had that sort of couple of months of break. We've had a few big sort of moments between that, different tournaments and whatnot, majors, etc., etc. So these teams have been putting in the time. I mean, we had, I believe, Elevate and GG go to the last big event that we had. So, I mean, big things coming into this season of the Operations League.
Yeah, absolutely. And in addition to all that, the major and everything else, Direwolves and Fury had a game recently as well. And as we can see, the tournament structure has been a little bit, it's been freshened a little bit, you know?
Yeah, slight change, but relatively the same as last season. 128 teams came through the qualifiers, leaving us with 4. They made their way into the regular seasons with the top 2 teams from last season. They will play through the regular season, the same round robin that we saw last time, and then the top 4 will make it into the playoffs, that being the third place match and the grand finals choices. But we see the same same 7 teams, rather, should we say, from last season. But there is one there that is relatively new to the plot.
Absolutely. Variants are coming in and they're replacing Northern Forces, which, as everyone knows, I was a big fan of. I honestly thought they had a lot of going for them last season and over for summer, but this time around didn't quite make it through. And Variants, maybe they're just as good. Maybe they're going to be a real wild card. And of course, we're going to see them play later today.
Well, indeed, the schedule for day 1 of the regular season, match number 1 starting off for tonight, Champion versus Obsession. Then we have the same game 1 for these 2 teams that we had last season, Direwolves versus Elevate once more. And then for match 3 and 4, we have some interesting matchups as well, man.
Yeah, 3 and 4, we have got Gaming Gladiators, crowd favorite, of course, come up against the new guys, and these guys will have a lot to work for. In addition to that, of course, we have a Strape coming in again for another season. Champion and Obsession are the next match, though.
Game number 1, Champion versus Obsession. These rosters relatively the same from the last season, albeit Crit J jumping in the roster from Champion, the Nice on the ball, but Labyrinth, Solotic, Firelord, and Powerit returning back to the fray.
Yeah, excited to see how they've developed over the little break we've had. But starting fresh, of course, everyone's got a clean slate with their KDs. Can only see that go up from here, but we've got to keep track of these things, of course, as we progress through the next few weeks. I'm going to keep my eye out for Caloric, of course. The man is known to actually pull off some pretty interesting plays.
Yeah, Solotic is nuts. Had a great season last season, but on the flip side of the card tonight, Obsession, the team that Champion are going to be going up against. Silence, J Lucky, Roldini, Producer Boom, and I'm going to struggle with that one, Kanomatwe. But a new face for Obsession as well. So both rosters making slight changes coming into this season.
Yeah, and of course, names that we all recognize for the most part, at least. I'm going to call him Kanom. Just so I also get that right.
I think we can agree with that one.
Yeah. So Kanom's gonna come in. He's gonna, and just as Variants are coming through as well, everyone, all these new kids, they're gonna have to prove to us who they are and show us what they got. Only looking up at good things, of course, because the rest of that roster, they're very experienced. Producer Boom, Roldini, they've been around for so long. Silence as well. They can only pass on a lot of knowledge, and I'm sure they wouldn't just let anyone on that roster, right?
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of the game, the map bans for this evening, we've been pranked. We were told pre-game that it was Theme Park, but apparently we've been lied to, Lan, and we are going to Oregon for game number 1. I was excited, man. I was keen for the Theme Park. We went for it twice last season.
I was there.
I think you were telling us it was one of the most banned maps before the show last season.
Yep.
So unfortunately, no Theme Park. It's going to continue that streak, and we aren't going to see it for the 3rd time overall in our OPL runs, but Oregon is where we go to tonight. And I think if we are to look back over previous matchups, Obsession, if I'm not wrong, technically have a better win rate over Champion on this map. So
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I can see that, but Oregon, we all know what this map's about, and it's pretty static with how it plays out. You and I are at different ends, of course. You think Obsession's gonna take this one away. I think Champion are gonna be the ones to take this home on day one. Why are you against the rest of us, man? Why are you at Infian like this?
Me and Infian are on the same wavelength, I think, for this one.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think we are. Obsession had a pretty good season last season, man. I do think we have to give them props for it. But everyone else, relatively similar predictions from Game 2 onwards. Elevate, Gaming Gladiators, and Fury across the board for the caster predictions. So everyone in tune for those sort of other 3 games. For that first one, we have a little bit of a change in the wind. So I guess we'll see who comes out victorious at the end of match number 1. But I mean, Lan, we just need to jump on into it. Champion versus Obsession on Oregon. What are you thinking?
I think Champion. Like, Oregon is a map where it's pretty static. It's pretty rigid. But we've seen teams take very different takes. Of course, some play very aggressive, dropping hatches, hot drops all day long. Some of them just storm through. We might even see a Monty come out. We don't know what's really going to happen. Although we only kind of really expect a lot of these teams kind of just feel each other out. Champion Obsession, surely they've been like scrimming each other this entire time. It's been quite a while. They don't have many other scrim partners to go with, I would assume, unless they're scrimming with one of the 128 other teams that didn't make it, unfortunately. But honestly, I think Champion are going to be able to lock this one down pretty well. And I don't think Obsession can put up too much of a fight. And that's a hot take, in my opinion.
Well, don't forget as well, another hot takeaway that you can find yourself this evening is once more our giveaway. Make sure you drop the hashtag in Twitch chat and follow the channel Rainbow6SEA. Hashtag call your shot for a chance to win 600 R6 credits. Only for PC, unfortunately. We haven't migrated over to console as well, so make sure you get it in. There is also an R6 Operations League pin up for grabs as well. I do have one and can vouch look great on. So man, make sure you get your hashtags in and follow the channel for your chance to win.
You know what? I think that's what I'm missing out. I forgot to wear my Operation League pin. I will wear it for the next round, but right now, we are going straight into the ban phase. You know, we're not wasting any time.
Right on in. Starting off, as always, with the bans. Obsession on the defense for Oregon. Going to be slightly better for them on the flip card. Ying to go first. No real surprise. In SEA, tend to see that happen a lot more than we do in other regions like OCE. Ying isn't necessarily one operator that is banned out as much, but keep in mind with the recent changes, impact EMP grenades, we have attackers now getting 1.5s and angled grips. So the banning meta has changed up a fair bit from last season. Thatcher is still going to go here from Champion though. So defensive-wise, what are you expecting, mate?
Honestly, I did not expect that. Defensively, I can only assume Asami is going to get taken out, sure. Another operator that just keeps getting taken out and essentially almost has a surefire pick rate as well. Very flexible, very useful, especially on a map like Oregon, just being able to seal up hatches, perhaps even. So I understand why they took her off the board, but Valkyrie, yeah, also makes sense. Pretty standard, but information is key, of course. I'm still locked on this Thatcher ban. It doesn't make sense to me anymore. Like, there are other threats, really.
Yeah, I mean, well, I talked about it briefly elsewhere, that I would have expected Sledge to start seeing a little bit more in terms of a higher ban rate. But we also spoke previously just before we started, and you know, Nock has started to see an increased ban rate. Operators with those EMP gadgets are taking favour over Thatcher given his changes, but in that respect, I guess that just isn't what is mirrored tonight by Champion.
Yeah, personally, I completely understand Nock. Nook, honestly, has a little bit too much going for her. Sledge, I also agree. He can do just a little bit too much, jack of all trades. But to take off Thatcher, an operator that pretty much doesn't that, you know, everyone does what Thatcher does now, you know? And so banning him is not really going to stop any attacker from just throwing another EMP impact. So we'll have to see what the logic is as we go through. Maybe we'll discover something. But for now, Champion are pretty set on just having that off the board.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really blame them, given that for so long Thatcher was the sort of go-to operator ban in every instance. He was who you got rid of, so no real surprise that that is just going to be continued on, for at least for now, in game number 1 here, Champion versus Obsession. We get into it the first minute. Close to being elapsed here in the first round. Champion making their way up to the master side of things, but Obsession playing a little bit of an older style of setup here. They've got an extension into Trophy with those holes open on that main breach as well, which is going to make things difficult ever so more slightly here for Champion, given that they have a lot more to clear through now with not as much to do it. They did not to bring the Flores, which would have been a good choice, but still, they're starting to make their way into the building.
A little bit of utility being used here, and they already have a little bit of work over by the walk-in. Just got to be mindful of this line of sight here, and Toxic Babe's already being used with half the round still standing, so definitely want to be able to lock that down, but I feel like they're just being very, very loose with their utility, and they need to pace themselves just a little bit more. Obsession getting very, very
Crit J finding the opener, takes down Silence, and Champion open the round up for themselves with the opening kill, make it another Firelord to take down Producer Boom now inside of Attic. They have some good control here. They could look to go for an execute, but it is going to be Canon to take down Solotic. He's looking for a second, he's going to connect, but not the third. Firelord there for the trade. Everyone coming back to the site now as Obsession make their way in. Champion need to hold on. And indeed, they will. J lucky to find Firelord. The trade's coming out. Diffuser control lost here for Champion as well. Obsession hold on for a moment longer, but it's Crit J from the bottom of light. He's got the call. He connects for the headshot as well. Roldini the last alive. The smoke on the board in a 1 versus 2. Can he find the one? He doesn't spot the head from inside of Attic. He does spot the player on the floor, but doesn't connect. Both players missing that shot, actually. 30 seconds remain, a 1 versus 2. The smoke does open the cross for him to make it away, but he does so much damage, but takes the same. I don't think he's going to make it happen, Lan. Indeed, he won't. Crit J to lock it out, and Champion find round 1.
unfortunate. Drop down, pretty much pinned, and with a pincer movement like that, it's very hard to escape. He unfortunately didn't connect those initial shots, finding that prone player, but it's just the first round anyway. Surely they'll come back from this. But Champion so far, despite their very questionable picks and bans, they're leading quite strong. And in that position, I think they were quite confident.
Yeah, it was definitely a very solid round from Champion. I mean, even with that wall open, maybe not enough dedicated to keep that position sort of held from Obsession. I mean, we didn't see the Wamai and the Jaeger that we usually see when they have that that style of trophy extension. But in saying that as well, they did have the ability to find the kills regardless. I mean, we saw Roldini trying to do his best on that smoke, but I mean, Canon, first round for him on this roster that we've seen in this season so far, and I mean, those 2 kills that he found, he could have been good for more, provided he didn't get shot in the back. So big things I'm expecting from him on the side of Obsession.
So we gotta swap over to the Osa now, and to be honest, I'm excited to see how Osa plays out with the new EMP impacts as well. A lot of utility, a lot of viability bringing her in. So, but hey, I mean, Sledge does have that playtime this time, and paired up with the Buck, that's I hope they're going for very dominating vertical control play here.
Yeah, they are making their way in slowly but surely. Champion once more. They're looking for that opener. They already do have Crit J in. I mean, even him, he had a great round in the previous 3 kills for his first round on Champion for the Autumn League. And They've already done well. They've pushed one Roma away. Roldini has given up his position inside of Attic, choosing to go and play closer to his teammate at the top of the main stairs. But a trade! Labyrinth, what a shot! Roldini as well, though, connects. A 1-for-1, losing the Habana. That's going to hurt a whole lot more for Champion.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be lacking a lot of that hard breach as well if you're looking at their utility. They're going to have to place and push this very aggressively.
Ooh.
But, you know, kills like that from Crit J, not bad. I think that's going to make it much easier.
That's an angle, I mean. That's insane.
Broke
Got
his
the
ankles, man.
rotate all the way through security from the top floor. Champion looking great. Now, the question is, are they going to mistrain this player off towards tower? You do see him through the wall. Unfortunately, Champion don't have the same observed view that we have. So they haven't seen that player as of just yet. Obsession could be good for a sneaky rotate, but at the moment it doesn't really look like they're too focused on pushing back tower.
No, they're going for a very joint attack here. Drones still surviving through here. Not for long, of course. Producer Boom on the job. But with the TCSG facing forward, they're going to have to play this very aggressively. Silence trying to duel it out with this SMG. He's going to have to play it smart and call for the rest of his team. Oh, not for long.
Crit J walks into the site, finds one, not the second though, as Producer Boom goes to work with the TCSG. He evens it out to a 2 versus 2, but look at the health difference. Producer Boom and Canon both within an inch of their own lives. 30 seconds to make something happen. Is Producer Boom for 3. He connects for another on low HP. The shotgun putting in work right now for Obsession. Solotic the last alive. He's got 2 low health players. Needs to find at least one to open the round up for himself. He's going to find a great headshot on towards Pillar, but it's Producer Boom for 4 in the round. An Obsession lock it down.
1 all so far, so not bad. Playing a little bit more reserved this time. Obsession actually managed to take that round for themselves, as opposed to that first round we saw them really dump a lot of utility very early on. Unfortunately, not a lot coming out from the smoke this time around, of course. Did see him get absolutely deleted before it's too early, before he could really bring in his utility properly. But this is how the cookie crumbles sometimes, you know?
Yeah, unfortunately, it is the case when you go for executes like that. I mean, the bottom floor is notoriously probably the most defender-sided site, or one of the most defender-sided sites on this map, that and the top floor in bunks. So Champion actually had arguably the better start in that instance. I mean, they found 3 before they tried to go for the execute in a 4 versus 3, and they found 1 on the entry. I mean, Crit J has been doing insane work on that buck, but Producer Boom was there, pretty much single-handedly locked that round out for Obsession and keep them in the game 1 apiece. So Champion going to have to be a little bit more methodical from here on out.
Yeah, they have swapped that Habana for the Thermite, and they're going to have to play this very aggressively. They want to have a larger area opened up through the hard breach, not play so remote. And it makes sense playing here over by Kitchen, and it just needs to be a little bit easier for them to make it onto site. Playing upstairs, of course. They have to play all levels. I wouldn't be surprised if they got someone lurking downstairs over in basement either.
Yeah, they probably will. Just given that Obsession like to sort of play a little bit like that. Definitely with the top floor extension, though, Champion are going to have to dedicate their resources to doing something about that. So if they don't, it will definitely come back to haunt them later on. No tier 3 presence from Obsession, so Champion do have some control that has been forfeit to them early in the round here, but even still, they probably wouldn't have wasted too much time finding that control regardless of what was given to them for free. So good to see them taking this ground early on.
Most of the defenders' side are just lying in wait. Not too much action so far. 1 minute 46 seconds left on the clock. Most of Champion are still doing their errands, making sure all their I's are dotted and their T's are crossed. But we might see a little bit of action here. Trade coming out, but no death so far. Ooh,
Other than some damn. Oh, okay. Not too sure why Roldini decided to get off the reinforcement, but they are going to have to force themselves away as Champions start to collapse onto this top floor through Attic and through that main breach. Top white now cleared out as well. This is going to give Champion free reign to the top floor. Verticality also going to be largely available to them as of right now, because Obsession have completely forfeit the control that they had on that top floor, but with 2 minutes burned, it's pretty good.
Yeah, they've got just under a minute now to be getting their way onto site and actually executing. The Thermite is still alive. He still has 2 exothermics. He's getting to work, as we can see here, but Canom, sorry, I'll pause for a second to make sure I got that name right, but Canom, unfortunately, going down first is a sign of all these rounds, the sign of this plan being executed.
There you go, Crit J finds another one as well through that upstairs opening. Labyrinth now getting the diffuser down for Champion. We are heading to the post plant. Roldini is to fall. Solodic finds another. The bomb now down. A 5 versus 2. The retake attempt. Solodic to find another. A second for him in the round. It's all up to Producer Boom with the DMR. He doesn't get even one. Parrot closes it down, and Champion, they find a flawless.
A nearly perfect round for the attackers team there, and they actually played that quite methodically as well. They took their time, and they managed to slowly dismantle and push Obsession back onto site, really making it easy for them to actually take that point from them. I'm surprised that the top floor was given away so easily, and they just kind of, at the first sign of danger, dropped all of it and went back. They honestly didn't put up any fight, and Obsession were just, contrary to their name, very detached from defending that point.
To some degree, I do mirror that. But in the same time, 2 minutes wasted on the top floor is a lot of time, considering how long Oregon usually takes to fully clear and then look for executes. So you do have to give it to Obsession. They held on for a considerable amount of time, but even with only a minute remaining, Champion were able to do a lot of damage. They got the bomb down, and they got a flawless overall. So, I don't know, that was a great round from both sides. It's just Champion that little bit more clean on the execute.
Good timing on their execute as well with that minute to spare. Now that we're looking at this, does look like they're finally on Obsession side here, bringing in a little bit of presence over by tower. Not tier 3, but definitely downstairs. At least it's something. They're going to try to control the map a little bit wider. And Firelord might be able to spot one defender here. Yep, right there.
He's got eyes on somebody, but unfortunately can't quite get a kill onto said somebody. It sort of slows down a little bit for both sides as they look to entry into the building once more. Champion are very methodical and periodic with their drones. Roldini closed off from the entrance to kitchen in Greenhall by his own team setup, so he's going to be forced into meeting, but I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue. He rotates on round. He's going to look for something downstairs, but Producer Boom the first to find a fray.
Power Rip putting down a little bit of utility now, trying to open up that wall and get a camera in. And a little bit of a trade down here by the hall. So maybe Crit J might be able to find one, or might get traded here. Does look like the duel is still ongoing, but oh no, just from the side. Silence finds him, puts him down, and does look like the action is not stopping at all.
Crit J falls, and arguably he's been the most impactful player for Champion so far. So if anything is going to be looking good here now that they do have Crit J down, Obsession hopefully will look to do some damage. They know that there's a player still inside of Pit. They need to get rid of him. Producer Boom does manage to sneak away with his life, but trades half his health for it. And with a minute left, they're just going to disappear once more if they get the chance, because Champion have honestly sort of slowed down in this take.
Well, they have to give respect to Obsession and understand that their team's got a lot of well-rounded players that have the experience to back up their skill. Firelord takes down Roldini. Takes down Yamalusi. Not a huge loss with 37 seconds left on the clock, but that's a lot of players from Champion just falling like flies.
3 down. Make it 4 as Silence ends the round with a headshot of his own. And Obsession come alive. Champion just, I don't know, lost in the headlights almost.
Almost in immediate succession, everyone from Champion just got deleted off that roster, and then Obsession were just clicking hits way faster. There's no other way to explain that. I don't know what might have been happening comms-wise, but all I can pretty much imagine is Champion just being starstruck at how much more aggressive Obsession were.
Yeah, there's something happened there. I'm not too sure if it was that Crit J has been such a driving force in terms of the entry. I mean, 7-2 in 4 rounds is pretty good. Keep in mind, his first appearance in the Operations League for his team, Champion, after the changes they made in the off-season. Regardless of the fact, we know, we've seen on multiple occasions, the rest of Champion can show up to the party. So, don't know, yeah, maybe it was just an off round. Obsession definitely seemed to catch them on an off note, and they capitalized on it. You can't really say too much about it other than well done.
Yeah, we're bringing in all the protective glass this time, of course. Producer Boom and Power It, bringing in both the Osa and the Mira. It's going to be a pretty interesting play down here. Quite standard for Producer Boom to be setting that one up, of course, but maybe trying to buy a little bit more time as opposed to their last hold downstairs.
Yeah, the Mirror's an interesting choice, and with no Mirror off towards blue either, they are definitely expecting that bottom main sort of freezer presence that they tried last round, so expecting the same push is probably a good thing to expect, but Solotic almost taking down Roldini. Not sure what he thought he was going to achieve, but the force right on down the main stairs. Para and Lebrith are just sending it into the site. They've already found 2. They clear the Mirror out. The Nitro doesn't connect. Another 2 sets of kills come out. The trade not quite there. Producer Brew manages to win the fight. They secure the kill. Silence goes down in the process, though, to Crit J. He's looking for more. The Ash in sight gets taken out by Producer Brew, but the shot's not there. Parrot connects, and Champion on an absolute heater down the main stairs. They make that round a quick one.
So despite bringing in the Mirror, despite putting more emphasis on that front side of the map, it did not stop Champion from running right at that Mirror and just laying down the hurt. Obsession were just caught off guard. I mean, the Kaid just being taken down with his gadget out, might as well have had his pants down as well. Just taken completely by surprise.
Yeah, something happened there, but regardless of, I mean, at the same time, the fact that they made the call to just go is interesting, given that they only tagged up and saw the position of one player. They didn't see anybody else. They just sort of decided, yeah, let's go, and it, I mean, it worked, but Obsession definitely not expecting that hyper aggressive style, and for Champion, I mean, I'd be taking notes on that. If it's something that you can get away with, why not continue abusing it?
Hopefully we see that more often. I love being surprised with very aggressive plays. Champion definitely have it in them. We've seen them do it before. We just saw them do it again. But this time around with the Goyo, maybe they might want to think twice. They definitely saw that with the drones. This time around, of course, bringing in the Osa means they're going to play a little bit smarter and perhaps a little bit more defensively.
Yeah, indeed. And to set up positions, I mean, they've got the Lucy, they've got Goyo, they've got Mirror, they've got everything that can be used to slow down an onslaught in times of need. You know, you pop the Goyo and you just sort of let it happen. So after that last round, it is no real surprise at all that we are seeing changes like that to be made as Champion come in, and Obsession are just choosing for more of that heavy bunker style this time.
Getting to work on the floor, Crit J trying to find a line of sight for the rest of his team and trying to maybe cut off some rotation. still doing your homework and getting some drone work done, of course. They still have 1:45 left on the clock. Champion have been having a great time so far, but without too much hard breach other than the Hibana, who has a lot, of course. They just have to take it one site at a time, one room at a time as well. So, oh, look at that EMP, beautiful.
The Hibana pellets broke.
I think he might have got. I think he got like kite tricked. Might have like timed it a little bit better.
That would have. Okay, I guess I don't know. We'll have to see that in bod review, but definitely didn't seem like that's what happened. Albeit the hatch not opened, as the shield is set up at the bottom of main, looking for this execute here. Parrot just gonna be holding this cross.
You know, he's just showing us that they can do all things. Not only can they play very aggressively, they can also hold an angle and keep a bastion of safety for anyone trying to push up, and maybe even provide a little bit of a distraction. Producer Boom now trying to hold down blue and make sure no one's coming through that construction. Pops the Goyo, but oh my gosh! Oh no!
Not good enough. The Goyo has made it happen. They've got diffuser control as well, but Parrot, he did the passiveness. Now he's going for the aggressive. He doesn't check close left in tuck. J-Lucky finds one for Canom as well inside of the site. The shot's not connecting. So close through the wall, but J-Lucky for two. Producer Boom with another. On the defensive side, they lock it down a whole lot better than they did in the previous Obsession. They end the half spectacularly with a great round to finish it off, a 3-3 split, and Champion head on to the defense.
At no time has either team been so far ahead in these rounds that we are sitting here like, oh, this is a really great opportunity for the other team, you know? Like, so far, it's been one side for another, and, you know, really tit for tat. Like, Obsession and Champion are neck to neck at this point, and this is exactly what I expect to see from these teams. Albeit me wanting to see Champion just stomp on these guys. But that's just, you know, that's my bias.
Yeah, and even in saying that, Champion to get 3 rounds on a defender-sided map have done well. Obsession, they've mirrored that, finding 3 of their own, but they now go into the attack against Champion, who, with people like Labyrinth, like Solotic, that do get aggressive in positions you wouldn't usually expect. I mean, if Obsession don't have their head on a swivel, this could be over very quickly in the second half.
Yeah, they'll have to play it smart. We, of course, know that things change around when you hit defense, and it might be a little bit easier for some. It might be harder for some. Rarely, though. But regardless, now that we see both sides playing other ends of the map, seeing similar levels of aggression come from both teams. So, depending on how this turns out, Silence might find one on this rotation here. Aruni pops her head out, but will reach back into safety.
Look, unfortunately, it doesn't open up for a kill for Obsession, but Champion at least have some information on where the push is coming from and can dictate how many are coming from the same area. Regardless of that, they have all fallen back to secondary positions. It is a bottom floor, so they can just disappear and wait for the players to come, and that exactly is what they're going to do. By the back stairs, they just lay in wait now for Obsession to make their way in.
Still outside the entrance, main entrance, and just holding an angle there. Does look like they're playing quite patiently, if anything. So Lodic still has his Toxic Babes. Just needs them to make a move, really. But he's happy to sit there and chill out for now. Silence and the rest of the team still getting to work on a lot of these angles, trying to find anyone getting cheeky with any rotations, peeking at any one time. J-Lucky might just run into one member down here. Oh no.
Oh, the shots fly, but unfortunately nothing connects. As we head into the last minute and a half here. Firelord's done well to hold the enemy at bay. I mean, the stun not connecting there is going to mean that they sort of have the information that he's still close by, but they're not going to find the killers. The focus now shifts towards Freezer and Obsession. They're looking to try and make their way down as quick as they can. The shotgun in hand, looking to get aggressive. The pre-fire there, the shots miss from Crit. Producer Boom picks up the opener.
as aggressive as he got, Crit just could not connect that shotgun shot, and just unfortunately had to go down. But that gives them control of Freezer, and now that a lot of the rest of the attacking team are dropping down, some of them are dropping like flies, but wow, Labyrinth gets taken out, and Canom takes 2.
He's done well. The entrance is there, and from behind, Silence closes that. Obsession on the entry into the site have done infinitely better in their first round than they did on the defense. A great switch up from them, but Canom, huge from him on that entry. I mean, just single-handedly opening up the site with 2 to 3 kills. I mean, massive for Obsession. Champion were really just lost in the sauce when it came down to it at the end there. I think they only got 1 or 2 in the fray, but other than that, it was Obsession all the way to the bank.
Pretty strong round coming in from the attacker there, but unfortunately, I feel like it really crumbled down when Crit J gave away Freezer. So if he landed that shot and caught them by surprise, it would have been a very different round for me. They would have had a lot more ground to cover, and they could have controlled way more respects to the bottom floor. But giving up that key point there was the start of the end for that round. Unfortunately, they were just prepared. They knew that he was going to get aggressive, and they were like, yeah, this guy's going to push. He's played like that this entire game. Wait for him to come for you. Wow.
Yeah, they did well. They did well. And the whole team changed it up. So are we expecting maybe a little rush here or something along the lines of?
Perhaps. They're even bringing in the Amaru.
Yeah, I mean,
sure.
It's a scary, it's a scary choice if they choose to use it as Amaru is intended. But given that it usually pans out with someone getting rushed into, he does have the Garrow Hook currently equipped. Whether or not he chooses to use it, a completely different question. But I think he made his way into 3rd story and then ran away. He has made his way into 3rd story. So everyone's moved away from that position now. So, I mean, somewhat useful in clearing out that position, but other than that, not really too much bang for the buck there on that pick.
Yeah, you'd really need to have had a drone perched up top with full understanding and full surveillance, knowing nobody was going to be upstairs, so you'd be able to take that position safely. Sure, probably had that confidence, probably had the intel. It's paid off in the end, I suppose. But now that they've pushed the rest of the defenders downstairs, you can see Canom here now pull out the Gemini hologram and maybe take on Crit J yet again.
Spotted out, shotgun in hand. Crit J wants to get aggressive once more, but if Producer Boom has anything to say about it and he's in the local vicinity, we know that it might not go as well as Crit hopes it has in past rounds, but no one pushes on down. They're not too game just yet. Obsession maybe looking to change up the ball here, as you don't really see anyone towards Freezer. It's more of that backstairs main focus right now.
Ooh. Unfortunately, Firelord had his knee pop out, I believe. Legs were exposed. Crit J now pulling back at security. Has the shotgun up, but now cornered by all sides. He is not safe from anywhere. No.
Oh, no. There you go, not safe at all. But that was great teamwork there from Obsession. They had him exactly locked down where they needed him, or well, where they knew he was. Were able to lock that kill out without allowing him to return back to the site. That is once more that your opening fragger, or at least someone who has been doing the best for your team, has been taken down. Roldini prepping for this drop here. They have some information. They make it down into tower, but it's the team kill. Canom, you're dropping in front of your teammates. Selodic to find 1. The trades are coming out across the board. Silence for 3. Looking great as it all falls onto Selodic once more in a 1 versus 2. He gets the down. 10 seconds remain. Shotgun in hand from behind. He connects for Champion. Oh my god. The pistol not enough. And for Obsession, it all comes crumbling down on the back of a team down. That's gotta hurt.
At one point I was gonna say, you know what, the team down wasn't that big of a deal. Sure, it was a big blunder, but they have the numbers advantage. But no, the shotgun was too good. and Champion pull up yet again to even the scoreboard. 4-4 right now, and really just securing that round through good fundamentals. And unfortunately, Obsession just getting a little bit ahead of themselves.
Yeah, it was a little bit rough, unfortunately there. But regardless of that, Champion, in the situation that they were dealt positionally, I mean, it was great from them.
Man.
Really, really good. And Solotic single-handedly holding on to the hopes for that one in that round. So, really good gun skill from him. And ultimately, Champion prosper 4-4.
And here we have a Lion being brought in, the full CBNR team, of course. Finka being brought in as well with the LMG. I mean, I didn't expect anything else, but I'm glad to see that he's bringing in that EMP impact, of course, which makes him so valuable as an operator as well.
Yeah, it really does. Lion, even after his changes from back in the day, has sort of had his own little niche sort of area of usage, and I mean, it's good to see him in here. But Producer Boom is someone who has played that line before, and these scans definitely help lock these players down. We already see the player insecurity starting to sweat a little bit. But Canom's still on the LMG, even after the nerf, is a surprising choice to me, given that LMGs have been put in the bin. So I guess we will see in a moment whether or not the LMG still hits as hard as it does. But that is a great nade, unfortunately clipping onto the wall and not netting that frag.
Still a bit of a standoff here. Silence is going to have to wait for someone to pop your head up, but Producer Boom collects Sarlotic on the other side, and there goes your mute. Power goes down, and there goes your Frost as well. A bit of a duel. Canom decides to drop the hatch. Wow, bold.
That's huge. He's on camera, though. They know he's there. Crit J's expecting it. He's good for 2. I thought that was a third. That would have been nuts, but it was Farlord. He takes down Silence.
Wow.
The smoke settles, and Champion have come out on top after that. But look where Producer Boom is. He is once more again on camera as well. They're not going to catch the rotate out this time at all, unfortunately for them. Obsession are going to have to go and lick their wounds, but they are going to find compensation in a frag onto Farlord, and once more, a 2 versus 2. Can they make it happen?
3 Toxic Babes, 2 Toxic Babes left in the back pockets of Labyrinth. He might be able to buy out a little bit more time. Producer Boom's got to find an angle, but maybe it might not be so hard for the attacking side, as Labyrinth is all alone. 48 seconds with only 1 Toxic Babe. He's got to make something work, and it might have to be magic.
They've been feeding picks into the attacking side, and unfortunately that is not helping them whatsoever. The EMP nade comes out, the Gon 6 as well. They can't force through the smoke, though, unfortunately, due to the fact that, well, they don't want to lose the HP. They do have 3 flashbangs and the full Hibana utility to work with, but Labyrinth chooses to get aggressive over towards Trophy. He's waiting for this rotate, but Producer Boom, too sharp on the Lion. It's 3 for him in the round. And Obsession lock it down on the attack after a pretty rough start. They make it happen in that 2 versus 4. And at the end of the day, you love to see it. They've done well, and they lock in a 5th.
A tight round. I don't think Labyrinth was wrong to get aggressive. I think it was a good call, but unfortunately it's not fast enough to catch the Lion out as he decided to cover the flank. A great round from both sides, honestly. Every round so far. And our first game, what a way to start the league, Proto. We are coming out banger after banger, round after round. Such a good matchup here.
Yeah, lots of trades in terms of rounds, but it's always a good thing to see when you have high-tier Rainbow Six. I mean, it shows that these 2 teams are on a very similar level, and you know, they have been going back and forth so far in this matchup. Hopefully we see one team sort of capitalize on the mistake, but right now both teams locked in and solid.
Glad to see them perform as they are so far. But they're not wasting any time at all. LMG getting to work on these walls and these barricades. And honestly, I think Obsession have been playing such a good game. They're not only just as aggressive as they are, but they're also quite methodical in how they're positioning themselves. They're calling in the right rotates. They're using their utility properly. And Producer Boom, if anything, like you said, using that Lion to the best of his potential. He has a niche, and he's really maximizing it. You know, he's really making it work for him.
Yeah, great effect for Producer Boom. I mean, 13 and 4 speaks for itself, but you've got Canom on 7, Silence as well, mirroring that. They started to spot the head very slightly there of Crit J, who could have lost his life if he was any more aggressive than that, but they know the freeze is clear, so they will look to push these players out of security.
Gone 6 to take down some utility. Drone might make its way up and maybe find a little bit more intel. Right now, they are stuck in that corridor, and they might get flanked. They are unaware of the one member in the kitchen. They have an ear to the ground, but right now, everyone's kind of just pacing themselves.
The flashbang comes at the right time, but so does Crit J. He swings out, even blinded, finds the headshot onto J Lucky, so wanting to take down Silence as well. They do still have the Thinker alive, but not for long. Crit J finds another, make it 3! Huge kills from inside of security. Roldini now the last alive in a 1 versus 5. We have seen it in recent times, but it's not going to be today. Crit J with 4 and a flawless round for Champion. Answering back in style on that defense. And once more, the score's equalized 5-5 as Champion head back downstairs.
That's their second flawless round this game. And they are, every time they get one, it is in style. Crit J picking up 3 is fantastic game instinct. You know, like he's really tuned in. He's in the zone, and 15 frags. He's the only one in this game in double digits, and he is doubled on anyone close to him.
Yeah, indeed he is. I mean, Crit J is having a monumentous game right now. And for him, that's one way to start the season off, but I guess that's why he was picked up. I mean, if he's been playing in this like this in scrims, or even just in general other tournaments / games that Champion may have been a part of in the off season, that's huge because he is doing some big damage. I mean, pretty much single-handedly, the only issue for Obsession right now is Crit J. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, we got another defense down here by Blue, setting up a little bit extra. But mind you, they're bringing Rodini back in with the Amaru yet again. So we can only imagine what they're going to do this time around. Same thing most likely, take control over T3. Fallout now trying to hold down ground floor. But in the end, they just have to make sure they're not going to get flanked and surprised at probably the worst time possible. Oh. Okay, he's still in construction. Cool.
Well, it does open the door for some attempted play, regardless of that thereof. I mean, if we look towards what we currently see, the ping is there, but the headshot's so close, unfortunately, for Producer Boom not connecting, and the player in 3-story is going to be allowed to run away. Firelord escapes with his life for now.
Takes on a drone, has a couple of members on his 6. And as the EE1D gets popped yet again, he retreats just in the nick of time as he gets pinged. Takes a little bit of damage, but manages to buy his team a little bit of time and reserve a little bit of real estate.
Yeah, he has made all the difference for his roster, or at least some good difference in getting away with his life, but for the moment, that was too close for comfort. Roldini almost goes down there, but almost gets one for his troubles. 15 seconds and 1 minute remaining. Plenty of time for both sides to do their work, but Champion just holding fast on this bottom floor, waiting for Obsession to make a move.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers have recovered their
1 minute left. and Champion have some pretty critical spots still in their control. No blood lost, no health lost over on Obsession's side. They can still get aggressive, but they're still positioning themselves. They don't have too much time left available to them. They've got to start executing, and it has to be now.
They are going to look to make the play. Hopefully there's no team downs this time. Silence takes a bit of damage from the smoke, but it is going to be Canon to open it up in the pillar. He finds the opener, make it another. No, so much damage dealt with the down, not coming out. Silence with the nade does take one. He's down in the process though with the shotgun. Silotic finds one on the trade. A 2 versus 2 once more. Canon on the floor needs to be revived, but the smoke will be used to confirm that kill, but it's not going to connect. Crit J with a headshot. He finds one coming through. Freezer making another with a lovely peek onto pillar, and Lebrun's down and out is counted. My, what a round for the defensive side. They looked so good, but they definitely looked like they were in trouble coming into that last bit. They made it work.
Match point now. We might see this go 6-6 at this rate, honestly. But Champion on that defense. What kind of Crit J nailing that last shot with the SMG-11. Oh, beautiful. Precision. And it's almost as if he knew where he was, honestly. Overall, very impressed by this new player coming into that roster. Can see exactly why they picked him up and they brought him in. Maybe this time they might leave champions in the league with this kind of performance. But so far, he is leading that roster by a mile. And obviously, this is a one-off. We need to see how he plays out through the rest of the league as well. And saying that though, Proto, this might be it. This may be the last round. If they can break the curse and finally go 2 up.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, it could definitely be the last round, but keep in mind as well, Lan, with overtime, a prospect, there is always room for more to be desired. And given that that is sometimes what we see in these games, usually what we see, I wouldn't be surprised if Obsession make it happen, but Champion are 1 round from locking it out right now, so hopes are there for them.
Honestly, I'm looking forward to it. I love overtime. It just shows that the competition is strong and it's alive. Crit J bringing in the Frost means that he's confident he's going to land his headshots, and he definitely wants the attacking side to just slow down a little bit, pay a little respect to some of his floor mats.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Crit J on the Frost, 17 kills. He's doing an insane amount of work for his team right now, but the walls do start to open up. So Obsession are making their way in. And Champion, I mean, they are being pressured, but it's not really to much avail right now. We need to see a little bit more from Obsession if they want a chance at overtime here.
Another EE1D gets popped. Producer Boom is trying to find anybody and force them out of those positions. But right now, Champion, they're all kind of toasty where they are, man. They've probably got blankets and they've got a fireplace going and they're definitely sipping on hot chocolate. It's that time of the year, but the last EE1D pops off and so does Power It.
Wow. Okay, 2 big kills on a Mistron. Canon and Silence go down, and that's got to hurt. That has got to hurt for Obsession. They were looking so good coming into this round, but the Mistron just has cost them so much. Producer Boom now really the only one left in an attempt to make something worth his while, but I mean, he finds one, not a second as the player chooses to rotate, but that's probably the smart choice. They've already found 2 kills. Why not just take them?
Yeah, 3 members left on Obsession. They've got to play this smart. No more EE1Ds and only 1 Selma and 1 Lifeline. Oh, maybe an angle here.
Does J Lucky spot? No, he spots the shield. Okay. Can't connect the shot with the shield in the way. Does choose to burn. No ADS is there, but it's Crit J that connects on the Producer Boom. And the shots from Green, not quite good. J Lucky can't hit the shots himself. And Crit J locks it down for Champion. Obsession fumbling the bag on more than one front, and a 7-5 to close the game out off the back of an insane solo effort from Crit J. He's happy, he's loving it. I don't know what he's shaking around, but he's definitely enthusiastic. I think it is. Definitely enthusiastic though. And that is a GG in the chat for game number 1 tonight, champion. Money wasn't on the right cards, but it's alright. You live, you learn, and you lose some. But at the end of the day, a 7-5, you take it.
Honestly, I want to see that last kill cam. I want to see it if we had the ability, because it honestly looked like he did a 360 weapon swap and he just got that mid jump or something, you know, like it was like something out of a movie. But what a fantastic game so far, and Crit J just making an explosive entry into Operation League. Can't wait to see more of the guy, to be honest, and of course what other K-pop stars he follows.
Yeah, look, bit of a loose stand, but at the end of the day, you have to live for something, right? Mm-hmm. And for Crit, that apparently is Liz. We love the enthusiasm here on the Operations League Southeast Asia Autumn League. But I mean, Lan, game number 1 for the season. What were your thoughts? I mean, expecting much more going forward into the season, given that this was the first. We had pretty close to 20 bombs on both sides of the scoreboard.
Mm-hmm.
It can only get better, or do we think that that's sort of some peak siege?
I mean, for just tonight, I think I can't speak too much for the rest of the league just yet. I don't want to bite off more than I can chew. Tonight, we obviously have some very interesting games, more newcomers, but as we saw in that last game, Champion and Obsession gave each other a lot of respect, and in some places as well, just were taken completely by surprise. Oregon came right down into Champion's hands in the last 3 rounds, and rightfully so, to be honest.
Yeah, only 1 round, 1 on time, and all the rest of them were 1 on kills. So definitely a frag fest in that first game, but a very close one that is. Speaking of close, you could be moments closer to walking away with 600 R6 credits or an R6 Operations League SEA pin. All you have to do is follow Rainbow Six SEA Twitch channel, which is the one that we are on right now, and enter the hashtag in the chat, hashtag call your shot, for your chance to win both of these packs. PC only, unfortunately, but until then, make sure you get those hashtags in the chat.
Yes, absolutely. And if you guys hadn't spotted, I already put my pin on. I love it. Especially my first time wearing it. So over here, check it out. Get yours today. Okay? We're going to be giving them out every single broadcast. So make sure you guys are always in chat. And of course, it's happening over at the Thai broadcast and of course on the Mandarin broadcast as well. And saying that, we can only expect better games. We can only hope for better games to come across the next few matches today here on Operation League. I'm excited to see what variants bring to the table. They're completely fresh for us, Proto. They are like a complete wild card. And I kind of also want to see if Astrape have really brought anything to the table this time around, because don't want to sandbag them, but they really did perform poorly last season. They're here again, though. They made it through qualifiers 1 more time. So there's something there, guys. There's something there. And I want to believe.
I mean, being, top 6 in the league, technically out of 128 teams coming through qualifiers, that's a pretty good stat to find yourself re-qualifying through 128, given they only really saw 64 kind of teams down in their half of the bracket. Maths, I know, hurts brain, but they've re-qualified, so that is something that we do have to sort of give them shots for, call your shots, by re-qualifying. But for game number 2 of the evening, Direwolves versus Elevate will be coming to your screens in a short moment. We head to a short break, but then we will return with game number 2. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see.
Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
starting to lose face. Keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get up, move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the short break. We're here. We've had game number 1, Champion walking away with a 7-5 victory in Oregon over Obsession. We now cast our eyes to game number 2 of the night, and Lan, if it's anything like in the summer series, this one is going to go the distance.
It absolutely is. I'm excited to see how this match turns out. As you already know, it is the I believe Elevate versus Direwolves game. So honestly, Direwolves have had a pretty good off season. I think they're coming in pretty strong. Elevate, of course, Apex last hope. So you can only expect great things from them, as their marketing has been upped, and now they've got a very famous coach.
They do, with the new iteration of Laxing into the roster. Elevate, I'm hoping that, Elevate sort of go that step up that we've been waiting for a little while. I mean, keep in mind, they have looked very good. They have been at the top of their game for so long. But when it came to international events, they get relatively decently far through, but they just need that extra little step. Hopefully the addition of Laxing can be the difference they need to sort of breach that top tier, because they are a team that can do it and has proven on multiple occasions that that is the case. And with the introduction of him onto the roster as the coach, we already know Elevate bring big things to the table, but so do the Direwolves, a team that has had a relatively illustrious past themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. So their strats are going to be changed up. Direwolves have to really stay on their toes this time around. But
Labyrinth? What's Labyrinth doing here?
You know what?
On
he's playing all sides this time around. Reaps, of course, is the new player joining that roster here. Reaps 96. So excited to see how a lot of these young guns coming on board as well are going to be able to change up these rosters. So we have to regard them as a completely different team. The entire dynamic is now changing, but great to see the names that we already do know. Souffle, the man himself, but a roster that has stayed true this entire time. Elevate.
They did make some changes with the introduction of players like Mark and DCH, but Mr. Punch, Onigiri, and Sapper, players that are absolutely insane. I mean, you put Sapper on Ash and you need to be scared if you're coming up against it. I'm assuming the player for Direwolves that's supposed to be there instead of Labyrinth is ED, given that that is usually who runs with Direwolves. We don't know. Maybe Labyrinth is trialing. Maybe he's got 2 games planned for himself tonight. But either way, Elevate versus Direwolves. Last season, these two teams versed. It was an 8-7 going in favour of Direwolves on Villa. So hopefully for Elevate, they don't fumble the bag last time. But we aren't going to be going back to Villa. We are going to Theme Park. 3rd time we've seen this in 2 seasons, Lan, and I am very excited.
Okay, I hope this is the real pick this time around, because
it better be.
Yeah, it better be. So if you included the last ban for Theme Park in game 1, that would be 58 times Theme Park has been banned in Operation League in 2022. That is the most banned map and the least favored of all time in 2022 for Operation League. Coming this time around, I mean, we see teams pull Theme Park out as a complete wild card. We saw it once in playoffs last season, but this time around, is it going to make a real difference? Like, do they have a plan here?
You would assume that this will be somewhat of a wild card pick for both sides, but yeah, it is going to be ED. Unfortunately, not Labyrinth. We were again pranked by production, so unfortunate for Labyrinth not making it up on to the Direwolves roster
This is
today.
why
But
we
Reaps
can't have
is.
nice things.
Exactly, it's why we can't have nice things. But Reaps is coming in. Onigiri, I rate it. Love the duck hat, mate. Keep it up. Mr. Punch as well with some banter. You love to see Elevate in good spirits, but they always are. I mean, we always see them when they go into a map that they're just absolutely loving it. Every time, every week without fail. So, good vibes.
Yeah, great vibes. Everyone's always in good spirits. Onigiri, of course. But you know what? We saw at the last major that the real funny guy on this team is actually Mr. Punch. He's actually a real comedian. But you know what? No punchlines for him this time as bans are going down. And I want to see how this new Direwolves roster really really stacks up against Elevate. Because Elevate having Laxing, like, you know, that's that NA North American strat book coming out there, and he's definitely going to have some kind of influence on how they're playing.
Thatcher to go here, starting things out with the bands as always, and I mean, I don't know, maybe SEA teams, you know, THTW teams are still sort of relying a lot on that Thatcher, so he's getting removed, but there is the knock. We spoke about it at the start. She's had such an increase in prevalence after receiving you know, the changes with the suppressors, the changes with the EMP grenade, impact EMP grenades that are being dished out to everybody. So knock is a very viable choice now. You chuck a suppressor on her main gun and the Deagle with no damage drop off. I mean, with the Silent Step and EMPs as well, she really is a do-it-all operator, similar to Azami, though, who is going to be banned out here for Theme Park, and that is pretty much a given, especially when she's as strong as she is on this map. So,
yeah, absolutely. Now, see, we spoke about it before. Nook and you know, operators like Azami, Kaid, we understand this. Thatcher, still kind of like 50-50. I don't really get it. But I suppose it's the overall well-roundedness he brings to the team. In saying that, I would argue operators like Lion and Sledge are now ban-worthy because they have that EMP as well. They have more on top of that. Sure, it makes it easy to play Thatcher, you know, but we'll have to privately interview some of these teams to really understand why he's still a priority. We'll have to see how that rolls out, I guess.
yeah, I mean, the bans are interesting, but at the same time, I'm not too sure. I mean, Sledge is an expected ban, but at the same time, I would probably rather ban the knockout and then have something else sort of removed. But either or, it sort of works out in both regards. So Knock being gone, you pair that with the Thatcher, I guess it is sort of just tit for tat. But Elevate not too phased by it at all. They're bringing a relatively aggressive roster like they always do. There's impact EMPs from Onigiri, so they've got all their bases covered.
Yeah, Reaps does seem to be on that roaming role for now. Gonna play aggressive, and maybe these new guys are just real gunners. Maybe they're just gonna be out there. They have no self-regard for personal safety, and they're willing to actually take the extra risk to pick up some of these frags.
Could be on for an insane start, but right now it is just relatively slow. I mean, both teams taking their time. Direwolves, as well as Elevate, both just passively awaiting presence from one another in the building to act on. Reaps is going to be first contact here over towards Cash, but no one really keen on attempting to push him just yet. The Direwolves, I mean, they're just waiting, and that's all they really need to do.
Yeah, well, that's the name of the game here on defense. Sapper is able to sniff a couple of footprints, but unfortunately will not be able to find any just yet. Waiting and holding an angle, and finds Reaps on his roam. So unfortunately, the new guys is not having a great time, and to boot, all defenders now have their mobile phones ringing like crazy.
Elevate finally open up, and Reaps, as you said, on his opening round, unfortunately not having great effect. It is going to be Jackie Wu to at least trade one back onto DCH. So 1 for 1, losing an alibi over Ayana. Somewhat favours Direwolves a little bit more, I would imagine, getting rid of that utility that provides information as opposed to just a fragging operator. But Elevate, they're probably not going to be too upset with that loss. They still have plenty to work with to look for this execute, and a minute left to do it is plenty of time.
Yeah, a lot of control coming in from the attacking team. They've got tracking, they've got sound alerts, and they can even lock operators in place where they may be. And then to boot for that, they even have the buck to take down some of that soft tissue. So another phone call goes out. No more left for Onigiri, but Mr. Punch as well. No more game time for him.
Pecan finds a nice kill inside of Throne. Now a 3 versus 4. Elevate not having the greatest first round here after that opening kill. They have succeeded too, but they do still have 30 seconds, well 20 now, to make something happen on this execute. They've all regrouped over towards Cafe. Edie will go down. Onigiri does open up the playing field a little bit. They will be able to disengage the Iruni barricade. They need to get aggressive and look towards the site now. Mark connects with 1, does find the opener for his team, make it 2, takes down Jackie Wu as well. Now it's up to Pecan, the smokes to cover the cross, the bomb going down from Mark. All he needs to do is shoot the planter, but Sap is there to cover and Elevate, bring it back from the brink and lock the round down.
Mark coming in quite sharp, actually taking that corner quite aggressively, finding some very quick kills, making a very nice opening for that team pushing in from the cafe upstairs. Round 1 and Elevate finding a nice way to pull that back in just when it seemed to be definitely out of their hands.
Yeah, look, Lan, at the end of the day, Elevate, I would argue say out of this matchup, Elevate are slightly more experienced over the Direwolves, and that isn't to say that the Direwolves are not at a very similar level to Elevate, but in terms of the competitive prowess, I would definitely pick Elevate. If I had to choose one of these two teams on a sort of, 10 out of 10 games, who would win the most, I would pick Elevate. But Direwolves, they arguably had the lead for the majority of the end of that round. Sort of coming towards the end of it, they looked very solid to lock that out. And even then, when the bomb was going down, they could have denied that with just shooting the planter had he not swung out harder to the left and been spotted by Sapper. That could have quite easily been a DW round. So we do have to keep our eyes on that, I suppose, going forward.
Absolutely. Direwolves are fully capable of actually winning this game here. Mind you, yes, Elevate are more experienced. Direwolves have had some good moments. So now looking at their setup, they're bringing in the alibi again. Reaps wants a second chance at this. Maybe might just take a couple more rounds before he switches off. But Elevate are not wasting any more time. They're getting to work with some of these EMPs. In addition to maybe even finding a couple more entries, but does look like Souffle playing off-site again. Might be able to find something with this DMR. DCH up top on the roof, of course, is making his way onto the other side of the map.
It was the issue they had last game that they sort of struggled with it, but I mean, having that switch up from who plays what between rounds, Elevate are good at changing the ball like that. So I guess it is something that they sort of do hold a little bit over the Direwolves in that regard, is that they have the ability to make change on the fly. Direwolves definitely do have the same respect, but Elevate just that little bit higher of a level, especially with them looking like they're going to lock the first kill down here unless ED's careful. You won't be very long for this round with a couple more shots.
It's going to take only one to put him down. Ed is playing with fire, but he really shouldn't be. He's got a minute and 20, it's minute and 15 seconds left in the clock, but he's got 3 Toxic Babes to use, 2 left in the pocket, and he really shouldn't be peeking out like that. He needs the rest of his team to come to his aid and actually help him lock down that site, because if he doesn't, Elevate's going to walk right over him. Mark over there might even make it through cash.
We've had the flip now, but the flank from Dragon. Souffle gets one. Reaps finds another. DCH falls, as well as Mr. Punch, and Elevate now, what's left of it, are going to be trying to pick the pieces up. Reaps to find a second in this round. He's definitely made up for the first round.
Wow.
In terms of the damage dealt on that east side of the map. Onigiri, he's waiting for a rotate, but it's just not coming to him. They're going to have to opt for the frags here. Sapper and Onigiri in a 2 versus 5. We've seen them do it before. We really have. He does get one before being taken down. Unfortunately, that's not enough. And Jackie Wu finishes the job for Direwolves. Elevate go 1 apiece.
A very nice round from Direwolves to actually secure that for themselves. Elevate did definitely look quite confident there, but Direwolves just caught them off guard and didn't really give them much of a chance, did they?
No, not really. Not at all. Not at all.
Yeah, and so, I mean, looking at how this is played so far with a lot of these cross-map rotations, this might be a wild call here, but that might be exactly why they're still banning Thatcher. Because these EMP impacts only have about a 1.8 meter radius, right? But Thatcher's is like 5.2. So he's still able to go, you know, above and below floors, and he has a very big impact. Famously, Thatcher just yeets his EMP from right across the map, or even halfway through, and it makes it very easy to take down both ends electronically. So maybe that might be a very key reason why you're still thinking of the map. He's still too easy to take down, too easy to, you know, dismantle defenses with. But maybe still a little bit more manageable to duel operators face to face within the proximity of 1.8 meters.
Yeah, indeed. Thatcher's still very strong and very relevant in the current meta, so even after the nerf. I mean, he is pretty much the only person that does that job. So, to this day, there is no change. The pings are there. Look at this. Mr. Punch has the information. The rotate has been cut off. Can they find it? He just goes for the vault in. There's no information there, but he still loses the fight. Pecan good for 1, make it 2, looking for 3. It's going to be Jackie Wu to lock in another, and Pecan finds his 3rd. Everything falls apart for Elevate down inside of the arcade toilet. Mark is now left in a 1 versus 5 with 2 minutes to spare. I'd imagine he's probably going to rotate away and go look elsewhere for a couple of minutes of a tactical time out here. Maybe just a couple of kills to pad the stats, because let's be honest, that was dire, pun intended, from Elevate.
Not a great start to this match here on Theme Park, as Elevate have been melted two rounds in a row. Mark is buying some time here. Oh, not for very long. A flawless round from Direwolves with C4 from below. Mark finds his mark. Really secures that one for his team. Wow. Direwolves, are these the same guys from the last season? Because I remember Direwolves having a rough time. If I am not mistaken, last season they ended up 4th, but there were definitely some games like against Elevate where they just struggled. But this time around, might be just too early. I don't want to jinx it, bro. But these last 2 rounds, there were moments.
There were moments for Direwolves last season that were definitely pretty rough. But keep in mind, the last time that they played Elevate in Game 1, they won. And Elevate, as we know, always have, or well, at least until recent, have had the first game curse of the season. They always have it. They never win the first game. We've seen it for so long. They did break that streak the other day. In the first round of APAC South that went on, I believe last week on Thursday, don't quote me, but Elevate did win their first game, so they broke the streak. So possibilities are large here for them tonight, given that they have done that as of recent. But with Reaps on Direwolves, I mean, 3 kills for the team right now. He's up there with Jackie Wu and Pecan, so he's definitely doing his damage right now. And Elevate, they're going to bring out the Monty.
Yeah, bringing out the mountain himself, Mr. Punch. Might just end up punching with that shield as well. So interesting to see how Freeps has really brought it in. Alibi 3 rounds in a row, by the way. Great to have that consistency. Definitely knows where his place is. But Pecan being taken off so early can't be great. Not the biggest loss, but definitely not ideal.
Yeah, not great at all, unfortunately. And with a start like that, for Elevate is great. Getting rid of a mute, you know, you take a shotgun out, you take away the SMG, C4 even as well. So, big opener there. Albeit, mute has that sort of place and forget utility. So, utility-wise, not a huge kill. But in saying that, they do have access to cameras now. So, for Elevate, the information exponentially grows.
Minute and 48 seconds. Still a lot of time left. Sappers, his due diligence here. Still holding a similar angle where he found Reaps on round 1. Might be able to find one more if they peep their head out, and has that instinct, just not able to connect the shots just yet. PZH now rotating downstairs, trying to find some of these cameras. Does look like they're just doing the rounds at this point.
They know that someone's there, and it is going to be Reaps in an attempt to greet, but they have the support from the smoke to allow him to rotate away, and it's great use of utility there from ED, but drawing out that util to keep his teammate alive, arguably probably the best choice in that situation. And Elevate still really yet to make their way completely in. They sort of have been hung up on this east side.
Yeah, they've got to be mindful as well. A lot of line of sight being opened up in that flooring. Have to play it very smart. Sapper trying to move on right inside here, but ooh, a lot of footprints for him to sniff out this time around. Reaps finds Onigiri, and as the phones start ringing, they might have to move in on any of these attackers being revealed.
Well, they have the Monty to lead the charge. Smokes come down. They lose Onigiri in the flay. Sapper starting to get ready to entry into the site here. He's playing close on the wall, expecting someone to get aggressive, but no one does just yet. 20 seconds remain, and Elevate haven't even made it into the site. Reaps finds another on the entry, but it's Sapper to trade it back. They have the inkling that someone's inside of the vault. The Monty's made it in. He's going to look for the plant, I'd imagine, sometime in the close future, but the shotgun's not connecting. It's Sapper there for the help. Souffle, the last alive. He does get the down on the one, but the diffuser isn't being planted. I don't think it's in the hands of Elevate. No, it isn't. They have to go for the kill, and they don't have the bomb. It's been dropped somewhere for some reason, and on the back of a huge misplay, Direwolves, they're going to be able to just wait it out.
2 rounds in a row now where Direwolves win with a deficit like that. Great. Honestly, I'm very surprised. Souffle, of course, the man, the myth, legend, performing in peak form today, as he has so many times before that as well.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Wow. A massive blunder from Elevate. Not sure what was happening. They definitely had the upper hand there. They didn't have to push if the diffuser was being used. Proto, they forced the Monty. Mr. Punch had to get off the shield and actually take the offensive there.
I mean, why would you not send Monty in with the diffuser? I mean, Monty always usually carries the diffuser. In that instance, that is a huge... I mean, that is just a fundamentals mistake. It's not usually what we would expect from Elevate. They don't make those simple mistakes like that in most instances. So for them to go and do that, I mean, something as simple as forgetting the diffuser, that's quite a big blunder on their part.
I think the mentality behind that might have been that Monty was better as a deterrent to keep defenders away from the diffuser while it gets planted. I see both sides, of course, but you're absolutely correct in saying that, you know, like, he should probably be the one walking it in. Maybe not the one planting it, but definitely the one walking it in.
Especially as a Monty. I mean, supporting factor, yeah, use him as a deterrent, but I don't know. it just did not seem like the right choice there from Elevate, and unfortunately it will cost them a round. But in saying that, you know, it's a defender-sided map. Direwolves are really just putting that to work and showcase here by locking these rounds in round after round. So having 3 isn't the end of the world. Elevate can catch up, but they're going to have to start doing it now.
Yeah, especially just before the round swap as well. They don't have many chances available for them. 2 rounds, and they've got to make this as even as they possibly can. A lead is out of sight now, but they can make this an even game. Onigiri might just find a stray Reaps in the spot he's been in for 5 rounds, by the way.
Yeah, surprised I haven't really learned how to deal with Reaps in an efficient manner. He has gone largely unchecked, and Jackie, speaking of unchecked, he's going to find Sapper on the drop down. He can see through that smoke, Mark. He gets caught as well trying to drop down into security, and it's all just not going in the favour of Elevate whatsoever. They are struggling here to really get 2 and 2 to connect, unfortunately. As we come into the last minute, DCH will find 1 for some compensation, but at that point, is it all too late?
If anyone can do it, Elevate can, but the odds are definitely against them. 44 seconds left in the clock, and Toxic Babes are being popped now. Jackie Wu gets taken down, but it's still an uphill climb.
Reaps is alive. So there is a big fragger on the board for Direwolves. Mr. Punch looking to rotate, but with the player in Cafe, it's going to make everything that little bit harder here for the entry. For Elevate, they still have so much to clear and not really enough time to get it all done, but they're going to try. They nade out close. 16 seconds remain. They have to get aggressive. ED takes so much damage. He goes down. The stuns do connect, but it's Reaps to find 1. He takes the head off of 2. Onigiri falls. Souffle finds the 3rd. And Direwolves clean that round up with no real issue. Elevate, we are sort of left hoping for a little bit more from them.
Yeah, maybe it is that first game curse, because at this rate, it is not looking good. They do not want Direwolves to actually take this 5-1, because it's going to be near impossible for them to make it back. Sure, they might be on defense on that swap, but at the same time, it's a lot of rounds to make up for, and you don't want to have to work off that debt. 4-1 right now. Direwolves are just looking so confident, so strong, and Reaps is definitely reaping the entire team right now, taking their souls out for lunch. 7-3, the most kills of this game.
He has had a pretty solid sort of start here for this matchup. I mean, first round, unfortunately, not great for him, but after that, he has just been going to town on Elevate. I mean, pretty much single-handedly doing a lot of the work. Especially, you know, not being cleared out of that position so many times over the ward cache. You'd think that Elevate would have devised a plan at this point to deal with that, but they just haven't. He has gone largely unchecked in this matchup, and it's starting to show.
Absolutely. Oh, man. They're bringing back the Monty now. Monty coming in twice, and so far, it hasn't worked out for them. And, ooh, that's not great. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock, and the Iana gets caught out, and unfortunately, looks like a run out. Didn't get to see it on camera, of course.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's had the cache door punched a couple times, and he just walked out.
That's painful.
And shot the player repelling up, which definitely hurts for Elevate, losing not only Iana, but just in that fashion. It's got to be largely unfortunate, because that is a huge kill to lose. I mean, especially DCH. Direwolves are just putting on a masterclass right now.
Yeah, they are, and there's a very wide gap in between some of these teams at this moment, especially when it's only getting further away from them. Reaps picks up another kill onto Mark, and that's your Thermite, man. That's your hard breach. They still have Onigiri. but it's not. It's almost not the same. You know that there's a lot of waiting with the ace, and you don't want to have to lose your Thatcher this late into the round.
It's a lot to be desired. With Thermite down, you know, they don't really have too much at all. Mr. Punch pretty much solo clearing through office here. No drones following him forward. Onigiri will be able to find one, so at least there's that. But at this point in time, with only a minute left to work with, it's going to be difficult because with the bandit tricking from Pecan, this wall is going to be largely unretrievable. Mr. Punch will take down Reach though, so I guess there's that. The wall did get opened up, so with 50 seconds left. Oh no, it didn't. They can't bolt through.
No, they can't. They got only one off, and the rest of it got bandit tricked. So, unfortunately, only a little bit of line of sight. Still not enough to make a secondary entry onto B side here. They're gonna have to make a little bit of a dry entry. Ed picks up one. Jackie got another here onto Onigiri. C4 prepped. And it might not be enough for Sapper. It might be just enough. But with that beeping going on, honestly, he's going to have to take a big risk walking in.
My, the snap there. Almost onto the head. 15 seconds remains. He's going to give it a go, but Jackie Woo's there to collect. Direwolves lock it out. 5-1 on the half. And, I mean, Elevate. What is going on? They have looked so good as of recent, but in this matchup right now, I don't even know what we can really break down from this other than that something has gone horrifically wrong behind the scenes. This is not what I was expecting from this matchup.
Man, something is happening, and I just don't get it right now. Dire Wolves on the swap over onto attack is leading by 4 rounds. 5-1 right now, and it's I had it pinned for Elevate, but hey, you know what?
We all had it pinned for Elevate.
Maybe they're just setting into their new roster with some new strats, you know?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess we can touch on that as well. Keep in mind, Laxing has just come on board for Elevate. Now, I'm not saying that what we are seeing right now is his fault. I'm just saying
absolutely not.
There is going to be an adjustment period, I suppose, to some degree for Elevate as they go through and change a lot of the fundamentals that they had with their previous coach. I mean, you could sort of maybe even break it down to we're seeing the change period that a lot of teams do go through when they have that implementation of that new supporting staff. So maybe Elevate are just in a little bit of a rough patch with the introduction of Laxing, albeit I don't think that we're going to sort of be expecting this from them week in, week out. This is not the Elevate that we know.
No, it definitely isn't, but... And I don't want to have to say it, but maybe they are saving strats. Maybe they are actually, you know, like trying to find something new here within Operation League. Because they are competing in several different titles. I'm not trying to, you know, put the title down that we're here for itself, but they have to be mindful that there are a lot of other competitors watching them here today, and
yeah,
they have to stay on their toes at all times. And there we go, on his toes, Ed with a nice kill right onto Onigiri. There goes your Thorn.
The fact that Elevate compete at sort of national titles as well, I mean, it could definitely be that this isn't not their main focus. In saying that though, it is still definitely a noteworthy tournament that they partake in. So,
yeah,
no surprise that they do still show up on game day. But today, it's Direwolves have just got their number in every aspect. They are locking it down.
Yeah, the game is definitely different for Direwolves. They have, you know, they're also competing in different titles and in different leagues. But here versus Elevate, they have to prove themselves, and they have to be able to take these games away from them.
Yeah, indeed they do. And if they don't start finding some rounds here, Elevate are going to be in big trouble because, I mean, this game is basically 2 rounds possibly from being over. And Elevate just need that spark to make something happen and start locking some of these rounds down, because if not, it's going to be over pretty quick.
Couple of shots out here with 52 seconds left in the clock. We still see Elevate picking up a couple of kills, trying to even this one out on this defense for them. And Mark finds a nice shot onto Ed as he gets traded back by Souffle. 2-on-2 right now, Proto, and it does seem that maybe Elevate might be able to hold this down, but Direwolves is still consistent. They've got the plant coming up, and it does look like they're trying to go and really execute for it.
Kills back and forth. It's a 2 versus 2 when the smoke settles. Jackie Wood and Souffle for the Direwolves, but Sapper and Mr. Punch on the defense, thrown arguably the most defendable site on this map. The smokes to come out in the split. They're looking for the cross into the site. They are going to start to make their way through, but the crossfire is too good from Elevate. They just shut split down. You're not coming in. They close that one out without any real question. A good round from Elevate, but they have a lot more to go until they equalize.
The work is not over just yet. And neither are Elevate. They're definitely doing their best to actually push this and bring this one back. They're still in good spirits, of course. You can see TCH and Mark really smiling it up here. But if anything, Direwolves, as always, laser focused. Reaps, of course, focusing on which K-pop stand he wants to show off later after the game's done. I'm calling it that. All these new guys, they're all K-pop stands. I'm calling it now.
Possibly. It could be the case. But I mean, it has been very sort of one-sided in this matchup. We haven't really seen a lot from Elevate, unfortunately. I mean, that round was good from them. In the fact that they were able to shut it down, you know, the 2v2, but they played the crossfire. It was just back to fundamentals. And they did really, really well. But again, having Laxing come in as the coach, they do look like they are playing a lot differently to what we previously have seen from them in the past.
That is true. They have a different dynamic. The roles are roughly about the same. Mark and Onigi roaming. Their positions are, you know, still there. But it's also how they're playing some of these rooms, how they're holding some of these angles. And you can almost feel it, right? They're not as aggressive as they were before. They're trying to be a little bit more methodical here. And I suppose they're kind of setting in, because that's not something that APAC is very well known for, is it? We're not really a very, like, 400 IQ Macy J kind of region. We are instead very, you know, face first, run at the enemy, and try to outgun them. That's what we're very well known for.
Frag-oriented gameplay, I think, would probably be more of a sort of telling, explanatory sort of motion, but still, Elevate have had their changes, and I don't know just yet if we can really say that they are for the best, but albeit, at the end of the day, they are still Elevate. They do still hold the prowess that they once did, and Direwolves, in saying so, Direwolves have pretty much completely dismantled them at every crossroads this evening.
Well, Elevate still have some signs of life. They're still in good spirits and they're still trying. RCXD gonna make its way all the way to the top. Maybe find some barbed wire to blow up. Yep, right here. A little bit of damage, maybe? No, not at all. Makes that out just in time. Mark with another one of the... Ooh. Has to rotate back up.
Interesting, but he's juggling those on yellow, but I mean, if you can keep that position alive, then there's really anything can be achieved in that position, especially on yellow stairs. But the nades from below do start to come out, and the Direwolves are making their way into the top of the arcade side, with nades to follow. Plenty of utility now being dedicated into clearing these players back, but it's Ed to go down first, but Elevate fire back with 2. Pecan does take out 1 for another trade. trying to find the pre-fire onto another, but can't connect. Jackie Wu does take down Onigiri now in a 2 versus 3. The player in the hall, not Sapper, collects the head of Jackie Wu. And Souffle now coming around to consolidate. Doesn't know there's a player in daycare with him. Needs to wait for the cover from his teammate. The diffuser starting to go down. And Nitro in the hands of Sapper could be a huge deciding factor here. But it's the impact that they actually choose to use. And it's 1 apiece. Elevate, lock in another round. The defense definitely being more fruitful for them.
Definitely working out to their advantage here. Unfortunately, Sapper was not spotted because the ACOG site was just too big. Too clunky, and essentially just blocked him. You see his feet actually shift through into vision there, but definitely not the first thing that you react to immediately, especially when you're so focused on your reticle itself. But hey, we also don't know what resolution he's playing in, so we'll have to see if Direwolves manage to get in that match point sometime soon, hopefully. But Elevate are starting to catch up, and it's starting to look a little bit better for them. In the meantime, Direwolves decide to just swap their entire roster off. They're like, you know what? We've seen what they've got. Let's just change up everything. Why not? Monty 3 times though?
Yeah, Monty, I'm liking the Monty, and it's something we usually only see sort of in SEA, TWTH leagues when... Because in OCE, we don't really get it too much. I mean, ANZ teams aren't too fond of it. So it's always fun when a Monty is brought in. But I don't know, we haven't seen Monty have too much effect in this matchup, I could argue, at the moment.
Yeah, he's kind of in a hard position, right? But it really depends on how the rest of the team plays out, because you don't want to have to make Monty pull his pistol out. It's not what he's there for. Sure, he has that flexibility, and he has a little bit more utility, especially with those hard breaches in his back pocket. But he's really going to need the rest of his team to back him up on some of these positions and capitalize on the opportunities that he creates for them. We haven't seen that so far from Elevate. Maybe Direwolves can do something about it.
Yeah, indeed. If Elevate can at least pull back the next 2, they could win it out 7-5 here, with no question. I mean, no doubt about it. If they can find 2 rounds in a row on the defense to make 5, then get that momentum back in it. I mean, Elevate could be on for a sort of a comeback here.
Let's hope so. Reaps rotating upstairs now. We've seen him play aggressive operators all day long. Alibi pretty much on that for the entirety of that defense. And now onto the Yana. Just wants to be able to bring in a little bit more utility and recon for the rest of his team while having that ARX available to him. Of course, a very reliable rifle. And with 2 frag grenades, it's definitely still an operator, I suppose, very favored for being aggressive. But don't forget, the frag grenades have changed. He's gonna need to be precise. One's gone out, doesn't collect anything just yet. But just doing the rounds, I guess, with the rest of the team as they get work on this wall, Kodo.
It does open up a whole lot more clean than the Elevate attempt, but with the players falling back, there's not really too much left there inside of Throne for them to take other than the ground. So Direwolves not really given too much.
Yeah, Sapper, of course, now playing his very popular Vigil. He's going to be waiting just by the cafe, over by yellow. Waiting for the right moment. Souffle takes a lot of damage. Peeking in very aggressively, gets punished for it. Still peeks it again.
Can't really blame him. I mean, they need to find something, but it is going to be Mr. Punch that starts it off. Reaps does take out 1. Sapper does trade with back on to Ed, but he has been spotted out now. Pecan will find Mr. Punch. It's a 3 versus 3. Plenty of time to make it happen. Mark finds another onto Pecan. DCH takes down Souffle. It's all up to Reaps. He's getting shot from all angles. Needs to go to the pistol. Doesn't find the one that he was hunting for inside of the bathroom with only 4 seconds left. He may opt to go for a plant, but no, chooses to go for the frags. He's not going to get any. He's just going to lay in wait, play for the KD, and Elevate lock in 1 more. They are ever so close to coming back into this game with a swinging chance.
And you see how Elevate play that as well. They know that they have the numbers advantage. They know they could take out this one guy, but they just rather wait it out and just stay outside. As if they had currency to save for, right? You can see the discipline's kind of being set in right now. They're not being hyper aggressive. They're just letting it happen. And they're really pacing themselves. So good to see this coming from Elevate. And this defensive side is working out so much better for them. 5-4, definitely more winnable now. They put in the work, but there's still a little bit left to do. They need to pull in 3 rounds, and they ideally don't let Direwolves take them to overtime.
Last time they went to overtime, the Direwolves did walk away with it. So in that situation, Direwolves, statistically speaking, the favourite going into that situation. That's if we end up in that situation. But in saying that, Elevate are sort of on a tear through the comeback ages right now, and have done well up until this point to get to this situation. So if they can continue the momentum, I mean, if it isn't a 7-5, it could be an overtime game with a decent amount on the clock.
There's still a lot available to them. Reaps gonna get to work on some of these walls, but nice to see that the Thorn is being brought back for the second time this game so far, unless I missed it. But I haven't. But you know, it's good to see Thorn being used once more. An operator that has had some pretty interesting pickups with kills with the Razor Blooms. Have seen them pick up some pretty interesting frags, but not used so often. Very niche, still very circumstantial and down to player preference, I suppose.
It's made for some funny siege, I think Thorn has, since her introduction to the competitive pool. And Mark takes a lot of damage on the initial moments of the round, but unfortunately for Direwolves, no kills. Elevate the same. A 5v5, a minute elapses, not really a lot's been achieved for either side.
Frag grenades go out. Probably takes out some utility. Doesn't pick up anyone just yet. But Sapper, ooh, barely loses that. Barely wins that one. Reaps gets taken down, and that's that Yana off the board with 1 minute 40. That's a couple of holograms that they lose out on. Jackie Wu finds that next kill with the PDW, and wow, frags all around, guys.
Yeah, Direwolves finding 2, that's huge. Elevate lose some pretty key players on the top floor, but in saying that, the damage has been dealt for them. They have found some good returns in their roam endeavours. As the wall starts to get opened up, Mr. Punch is going to be able to get that rotate off without being punished, so I guess they have that to take away. It's a dub, but Sapper and Mr. Punch both low. This means that Direwolves are just going to have to do that little bit of cleanup, and the round will be theirs.
1 minute left on the clock. Direwolves are in a very strong position. Elevate are wounded and playing very defensively right now. Still taking a couple of risks, like putting up the barricade, putting up the reinforcements last minute, but there's still a lot of work for Direwolves to do. They still have to get their site, get their diffuser closer to site, and Elevate are still taking down flooring. So at this point, they're safe. Not for long though. Wow. Okay, trades.
Elevate finds 1. Onigiri to take down ED, but VCH is lost in the process. And a 3 versus 2 here. In pretty good position. They do have the Maestro Evil Eye to watch for the jump in, as they will be called out. Jackie Wu makes his way in. The cover is there. Mr. Punch from behind. He goes huge. He's good for 2. Onigiri to close it out from Split and Elevate. They lock in another one. Some great play from them and a solo effort from Mr. Punch on the flank through Dragon. That is a well-played round from Elevate to a T. Strategically speaking, perfectly executed. Direwolves, they have now been equalised and no longer hold that lead that they so well fought hard for. Elevate could steal this away from them.
You watched and you saw it yourself. Elevate switched up the tempo right at the perfect moment, and they took the aggression to Direwolves, who did not expect it at all. Caught them on their flank, caught 2 on their flank, and then caught 1 on the rotation down because he had no other choice but to get downstairs immediately. With that little time left in the clock, there was no other option available, and you know what? It was pretty much done and dusted as soon as Mr. Punch got that double.
Yeah, that was rough for Direwolves. It looked really good for them, and then Mr. Punch just sort of ripped the hole through the backside and made his entry. But what a time to do it. I mean, and what a way to equalise Elevate. Starting to look like they are returning to form as this match progresses on. Not too sure what was the issue in the opening moments of this game, but they are definitely making up for that right now.
Honestly, it was like a demon out of hell. The guy just like turned up through smoke. By the way, if you notice, the door to Dragon was actually smoked off. So he pushed through that, and then he just sent it right around the corner, got it both kills down with SMG-11. Reaps getting taken off this early. That's very nice for Elevate. Honestly, no Gemini holograms at all for the rest of this round.
That's really big for Elevate. That is massive. Huge, because Reaps and Jackie Wu have arguably been the two most annoying people to deal with for Elevate in this matchup. So them taking him out like that is an insane sort of kill to find early on here. And I mean, opening up the round like that, DCH does have to be happy with himself. But there's still a lot to do. 4 players remain for Direwolves, which is more than enough to get the job done, as Elevate now need to worry about what is Direwolf going to do now, how are they going to switch the play up after losing that yard.
Ooh, nice little trade back onto Sapper, and that's a big player as well. The Vulcans, the dead packs might already be placed, but the vector off that defense this early isn't great. You know, Goyo, Sapper as a player as well, massive key on that team. 11 frags. He has the top frag count on that side for Elevate, and to have him off with 1:30 left on the clock is not fantastic.
Yeah, Sapper always tends to be someone who's doing a lot of work, but it's the Ford from Onigiri that takes down one Jackie Wu to find at least DCH. But in saying that, a minute remains, a 3 versus 3. Elevate hold the advantage. Souffle on low HP, but that's really all that there is. Other than that, the diffuser has to be retrieved with only a minute left. Direwolves are going to have to get aggressive for at least one pick here before they go for the execute.
Yeah, CCJ already getting paranoid with some of these pre-fires. He's gonna have to keep his 6 real lit and make sure that no one pulls up surprises like that. Pecan and Souffle go down.
Mark!
Wow!
Oh my god, we're gonna get it in replay as well. All 3! Jeez!
Buddy!
A timeout requested by Direwolves. I'd be doing that too. That is a refreshing moment there for Elevate. Good morning indeed.
Oh, you can see Reaps praying, man. He needs it right now.
My. Mark has awoken.
An amazing triple kill coming in from Mark. We've seen him do it before. We've seen all of them do that before. But are we really surprised? No. We're just very pleasantly surprised, to be honest. Like, look at them. They're all living for it right now. And I don't know if I can take Onigiri seriously with the duck hat, with the hairband. Like, it's a vibe. It's a vibe, man.
It is, and Direwolves, I mean, I don't really blame them. Take that time out. They were looking great. And then Elevate just woke up. I mean, they got out of bed. They had their coffee, you know, they put their socks on, and they started gaming. And Direwolves have not won a round since the split. I mean, that is not good. That is not good at all for Direwolves, especially given that they held the lead coming into this. So, saying that, Elevate have done an insane amount of work to get to this point. But now they're going to have to keep it up, because if they don't, well, Direwolves do have the chance to come back still.
Yep. Elevator bringing in the Frost. That might be an interesting decision, actually, because if you think about it, after Direwolves have lost so many rounds to Elevate just being aggressive, they've lost 4 rounds in a row to Elevate just taking and switching up the aggression at the right time. They play passive in the first half of those rounds, and then at the right moment, they just switch on and kick in the NOS. Elevate just take Direwolves completely by surprise, right? So perhaps this time, after, like, if you're gonna play mind games for a second, maybe Direwolves go back into their timeout and they're like, you know what, we need to play more aggressive. We need to take the fight to them like they're taking the fight to us, and then bringing in that Frost is like a 200 IQ. You know, slow them down, make them double check all their steps and all their vaults. You know,
they need to do something. Let's just say that, because if something isn't done, then Elevate are going to have a pretty monumentous comeback, considering the start of this game looked very, very different. But, look, Lan, we will not know until it happens, because Elevate are very close to making it happen. They still need to sort of commit to it and get the job done. So, we will see if it works out for them as well as we would hope. But at the moment, Direwolves are sort of hoping that this reset is going to give them some leverage.
And as Yana says, Reaps is now gathering intel, trying to bring in a little bit more utility before he gets taken off. This time he made it through the building, so still alive. 2 frag grenades left in his pocket, all the utility available to Direwolves, but they're halfway through the round now. They spotted 1 member over by the bunks. They might be able to find him inside bathrooms. Depends if they can catch him on that rotation or force that rotation out of him.
They're going to be trying to do something, given that half the round has already elapsed and no real killers have been found here for either side, but it is at bottom floor bomb site. It is Drug. It's not the one that we usually see. So an interesting choice here for Elevate, but they want to mix it up a little bit. This could be the laxing diff. But they're all still alive, and Direwolves have spent 2 minutes clearing this top floor out and have achieved pretty much nothing.
Well, they find 1, but Khan gets Mr. Punch, and it does look like the L8A does a little bit of work. The EE1D comes out from Souffle. It doesn't hold or doesn't find anyone just yet on that Elevate side, but Sapper now downed. And ooh! Secured. Jackie Wu taking out Sapper and Mr. Punch as well. So a lot of work coming in from Direwolves, and nice 3 kills to lead this round so far. But it's not over. They only have 24 seconds left.
I think we might be going to overtime here, Lan.
Man.
Direwolves with 5, Elevate with 2, Mark and Onigiri do have some pretty decent kill counts for each other. The defuse is down though! This is huge! All Elevate need to do is hide, they have control of it, the players coming to retrieve, they have to run on through! Mark needs to do is survive! They've retrieved the diffuser, but he's spent the kills! All he needs to do is find 1, and then the planter! He's got plenty of time, he swings round, he gets the kill! It's a post plant! 1 versus 1. Reaps on low HP, but so's Mark. Blinking red, 35 seconds. Plenty of time to work with for both sides. He opts to go deep into the rotate here. Reaps has a good angle, though, from deep in the site. Does Mark expect him on the close left? Yes, he does. They have the pings available, but no, doesn't swing hard enough out, and Direwolves lock it down. But that could have been a horrible mistake. Had Elevate managed to find a couple more kills there on that trade from the bottom of main. My God, Direwolves, that was as close as it gets.
Cutting it literally by the skin of their teeth right now. Direwolves finally force an overtime and take Elevate to the full length of this match here on day 1 of the autumn season Operations League 2022. Proto, we are seeing some
history repeating itself
today, man. Yeah, man. This is what it is. But you said last time when they took them to overtime, Direwolves won.
They did indeed. And,
can they do it again?
Yeah, can they do it again? I mean, they almost didn't. that was really bad. That was almost really bad. Had Onigiri survived just that a little bit longer there and not swung out a split, like had he just sort of tucked back, that could have quite easily been Elevate's round. You know, if Mark had been able to play sort of, hey guys, look at me instead of look at the split player, that could have been over and done there with Elevate off a huge mistake. But Direwolves made it work. big shot to Reaps. I mean, for his first game on the team, he's already proving his worth. Locks in the overtime, and here we go, round 13.
My magnets will protect us. Magnets ready. Let them come.
You see Reaps really trying to get aggressive. He's trying to get really cheeky for this free pickup. You know, when you want to win, you look for the free kills. Sometimes it really pays off, and in situations like this, it really doesn't. He doesn't really care if he gets pinged, though. He's going to make it all the way back to site. He's going to run right through. And Mr. Punch, mind you, we have not spoken about this. They are bringing in the Blitz. They want to end this explosively.
Well, it is just the full rush comp, isn't it? I mean, Dokkaebi, Lion Finger, Ying, and Blitz. All locked and loaded. Now, no Claymores here for Sapper, but I think that's what Mark is here for. He's just sort of watching the runouts, DMR in hand. He's expecting something to go on here, but we are just waiting for the rush. I'd imagine they are just going to set up for it and then probably go for it. But this player close right, do they know he's there?
Holding a pixel here. Might not be able to find anything just yet. A little bit of utility going out. Gone 6 and a little bit more. Dokkaebi waiting for the right opportunity here. Still has one EMP left. Yeah, nothing at all. EMP goes off. Some Candelas pop off. And there goes the phone calls. And the Blitz.
Here we go, jumping in through the window on Arcade. Blitz completely blind. He's going to find the first anyway. Mr. Punch connects. The Ings still coming out here. He goes down though. Reaps finds the trade. DCH there to get one back for himself. They made their way into the top of Arcade. This player in Cafe still largely unknown about. Jackie Wu takes a lot of damage as well. The last EE1D scan for Mark locked inside of that back room is going to be Jackie Wu fighting for his life, but ED knows there's one close by. Onigiri takes down Pecan, and things very quickly swing back in the favour of Elevate. The trade is there. Onigiri goes down and out from ED, but at this point, Direwolves have managed to hold on after the initial rush. Elevate do come out on top, though, with only 40 remaining. Can Direwolves lock down the first round of overtime?
Direwolves are out of Toxic Babes. They are out of utility. And Elevate still have one Adrenal Surge left. It might be workable for them, and they have the numbers advantage and health advantage. Direwolves need to make something really work here, and they don't have a lot of time.
That's some good damage dealt, but a kill from Jackie Wu definitely sets the tempo, especially with Mark being so low. 15 seconds is all that remains. Sapper's not even in the building yet. He does make his way into the kitchen. Mark does find ED, but Jackie Wu gets the headshot onto Sapper, and very quickly the 1v1 seems to be the situation we find ourselves in every round. Mark's going for the bomb stick here. He has to get it down. He does, but it's going to be Jackie for 3 big kills. Direwolves find the first on overtime. And Elevate, unfortunately, don't make the rush happen.
That rush was so well executed, but it was just not enough in the face of Jackie Wu. He held that down, and he was very, very hurt, by the way. If you didn't see his health, that guy was... He was 2 bullets away, 2 bullets to the foot away from being taken out, and he made it work. He picked up that kill onto Mr. Punch, secured... Oh no, was it Onigiri? The Finka. He got that kill onto Finka, and when he did, he took away their best chance at securing that round, because not only did he equalize, not only did he make those numbers more winnable for him, he took away that Adrenal Surge. They didn't have that available, and then whoosh, out the window, no longer in their favor.
Had there been the call maybe to go for the kill there for Elevate instead of planting the bomb behind Train, could have been a different round, but at that point, I mean, there was only 5 seconds. He could have rotated towards double door, and then what do? You're out of luck. You can't chase him down. So I do understand the difficult decision that was made by Elevate there, but in saying that, if the bomb was going down in that site, why would you not just play the cross from the back with the Ying? I mean, it is little things that are costing Elevate rounds here, and it's showing. But after that timeout, Direwolves have definitely come out swinging into overtime, because Elevate, that was close, but Direwolves in the deficit, they made the dream work happen.
Mr. Punch really took me back by surprise there with the push on the Blitz. Despite being flashed, despite being gashed, he honestly had laser focus, got the kill on the stairs, and he just made that rush work. It was it was fantastic work, really perfect. But now that we're seeing another push come in from Direwolves this time around on that attack, they're bringing in the Rotera drones, and it might find a little bit of utility here. Takes down that shield, makes the push through Cafe maybe a little bit more workable. And now they're also popping the EE1Bs. They're trying to secure some of these pushes here, and they find one. Sapper being taken off the board early.
Yeah, not good for Elevate. Direwolves finding kills like that, I mean, not good for their start at all, and they are going to have to fall away pretty quickly after that, because that has hurt. Sapper has been doing so much damage, I mean, not in the last few rounds, but overall, he has been a pretty big deciding factor for Elevate right now. Reaps finds another one onto Onigiri, and for Elevate, the prospect of them taking this to the full 15 is just dwindling.
It's not a good time. Reaps trying to hold this down for the rest of his team, keep that angle safe and clear so that the rest of them can do their job. They have a pretty strong numbers advantage. Sapper and Onigiri off the board are two of their better fraggers. I mean, they're all fraggers, really, but they still have Mark, and this guy has been turning out triple kills like crazy today. Mr. Punch taking a very aggressive angle here, trying to find someone hanging on the outside of Cafe. Might find someone as he tries to... Oh, he perches right behind the table. Actually keeps him pretty safe.
Yeah, this is a pretty solid position for Mr. Punch to be in. Yeah, he's got good coverage, and I don't actually think his position is largely known about.
No, the drone is being jammed, so they have no clue at all.
So yeah, he's well, okay. He's
oh, okay.
Anymore.
Cast the curse is real,
we'll just be quiet. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Souffle finds him, and DCH and Mark now the last alive. Make it just Mark. He found 3 in one of the rounds, 2 rounds ago, I believe. He's going to have to find 5 if he wants a chance.
Wow.
He's going to get 2, but the third, just too much. And Direwolves, ladies and gentlemen, a grueling back and forth, but that's what you should have expected from 2 of the best teams in this region. 8-6 to the Direwolves. Elevate that first game curse, sticking with them, unfortunately, at the beginning of the Ops League Autumn series. But, Lan, what a heater.
Honestly, that was quite the game. You can see it on their faces. Direwolves are just so relieved that was over. They put in so much work, and for quite a few rounds, they lost 4 rounds back to back, and it just looked so bleak for them. But they managed to pull that through, bring in that overtime, and then secure that overtime win as well, 2 rounds in. So fantastic work by Direwolves. Honestly, being able to survive a full rush. I mean, it's not every day we see the yellow medal being pulled out here in Operation League, but when we do, it is very surprising when any team manages to hold their ground.
I remember OG yellow meta. It was what, IQ, Blitz, Blackbeard, Finger, and Lion, like back in the day.
Blackbeard was horrible.
But if you would see Blackbeard now, it just wouldn't make much sense. Regardless of Blackbeard, Direwolves have done it. They have bested Elevate in Playday 1, same as last season, so I guess we do have history repeating itself. But, I mean, the overall results for that match, pretty surprising. All of us expected Elevate to win, especially with their recent major appearance. They looked super, super solid coming into this, but behind the scenes, Direwolves have been putting that work in. But you can be putting the work in as well from home. All you have to do is follow Rainbow Six SEA and chuck in the chat, hashtag call your shots. But the results on your screen right now, Lan, I mean, slightly surprising, but at the same time, hats off to the Direwolves.
A lot of good work coming in from Direwolves. That first half, as we can see here, a nice variety in ways they took those wins. You know, they played them very well. They managed to be able to get in some of those good rounds. Yo.
I believe that was a segment from the other side of the show, but regardless, it's all the same. Chuck the hashtag in the chat. Make sure you follow, and I mean, the results overall, they speak for themselves. 2 great games so far this evening. Just a refresher for anyone tuning in. Champion take the win over Obsession 7-5, and Direwolves take the win over Elevate 8-6. We will be heading to a very short break, then we'll be back with game number 3. Don't go anywhere, we will return shortly.
Or not.
Or not. I mean, that's cool too. I mean, hey, I didn't want to go to a break
I'm
anyway. I
cool
love talking
being
to you
here.
guys,
I mean,
right?
like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna bring something up. 2 games in a row, we had newcomers just really shock us.
We did, yeah, we did.
Yeah,
we did. I mean, Direwolves
Reaps
and Elevate had what? Champion and Obsession did too.
Yeah, so Reaps, he had a rough start, but he really proved himself in the end. He was a real good front anchor, like frontliner for the rest of the team, and he really actually got some pretty interesting kills. But yeah.
Overall, we're not joking this time. We are actually going to go to the real break, and we'll be back with game number 3 momentarily. So don't go anywhere. Go get some water. We'll be back shortly.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see.
was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. Get that a key or your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
If I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the short break. Two amazing games to kick off Playday number 1 of the Operation League Southeast Asia Autumn Series. We are back for game number 3. Lan, 4 of our big hitting teams have already played tonight. We still have 4 remaining, but coming into this matchup, we have one of those names and one of the newer ones in the league.
Yeah, absolutely. This next match is going to be... we don't know what to expect, let's face it. We can only expect that, clearly, Gaming Gladiators, you guys saw the rosters already, Gaming Gladiators are going to do their thing. Ape is going to just go off, and we can only, we can only take stabs in the dark with what variants are going to do. Hopefully I'm saying that right, variants. But, we don't know what they're capable of. We just know that they're the new guys, they came through the qualifiers, they are here. Northern Forces aren't, but it's really a gamble.
I mean, for the remainder of the night, we've got Gaming Gladiators versus Variance, and we've got Fury versus Astrape. So, in reality, it would have been, Northern Forces, which, as we sort of mentioned, didn't have the greatest of runs. They didn't make it back through the qualifiers, unfortunately, and Variance did. So that is a point of conversation, I suppose. They trumped out over Northern and are in. So we would assume coming into this that they would be slightly on the better side. If not, we'd hope that they're on the slightly better side if they were able to trump them out. But we turn our heads to the matchup in question. Gaming Gladiators, a team we know and love, versus the new gunners on the block, Variance.
Hold on a second.
With some
Ape's not
changes
here.
to Gaming Gladiators as well. No, yeah, Ape's gone.
Super Zaddy. Oh, Super
Taking
Zaddy.
over.
Nice.
Is
But
he
hey,
on? No, he's not on Variance. I was going to say, surely Ape's on Variance, and we get the Team V team. But no, Strike Killers, Daryl, Peter, and Zists on Variance. Some interesting names, none that stand out to me. Lan, any for you?
no, all new names and faces. But you know what? Zist is here twice. So maybe they're twins. Zist and Strike are like
It's
maybe
the same
person.
He's playing on two PCs.
He's got two PCs.
He's got
he's
two
doing
keyboards.
amazing. He's doing a who played on two PCs? Who was the very famous streamer that did that? Was it Macy? No.
No, Mr. Homeless did it.
It was
for
it
the
was
video.
Mr. Homeless. That's right.
He did all
plays
five
the
at
whole
once as
team.
well. But anyway, these two teams, they're going to be jigging it out over Border. We are not really being left out on the cool map picks tonight. We've had Theme Park, we've got a Border as well chucked into the mix. Very, very excited. Variance let that one through. They were actually the ones that took out the standard three, Club, Oregon, and Villa, removed by them. Cafe to go for GG, Bank from Variance as well. So really leaving sort of the more niche picks up to Gaming Gladiators to pick and sift through what they wanted, and Border was ultimately what we were left with. It was a pretty prominent map in the last season of the Operation League in the summer. So what are we expecting from Border to Nightland? Gaming Gladiators, we know they're pretty good at it, but if Variants have let it through, we should only assume that they might also be pretty handy on this map.
Well, if Super Zaddy is as aggressive as Ape is, we're gonna see a lot of that fight actually occur outside the building. It's gonna be a battle of getting on site and in and taking down some of these external walls, because don't forget, Border is one of those maps where most of the deconstruction actually happens before you enter the building. Some maps, like for example, Theme Park, have a lot of the defenses happen inside the building, whereas here it's really about denying the entry at all, over by the jail, over, let's say, by Armory upstairs. It's really about that external control. A lot of spawn peeking, but we need to see if Super Zaddy really brings that to the table, and if that's how the team's really formed up. Variants, of course, if they're on that defense, honestly, I don't know. I do not know what to expect, and I don't want to jump at it. I just hope that they do not play too passively and let Gaming Gladiators walk all over them.
Well, starting off as always with the bands, Border. An interesting map, but not to go from Variance. No surprise. We talked about her prominence. We don't need to highlight it again. She is gone. No surprise whatsoever here from them. Gaming Gladiators with the next attacking band, probably the Thatcher. If we're being completely honest, seeing him go a lot more than usual even after the changes in the beginning of this patch. So, no, actually it's going to be the Monty. So GG aware of possibly something that we aren't. Maybe Variants like the Monty, but he's not going to be available for this matchup.
I can't imagine too much information being available on Variants, but maybe there is. Who knows? Maybe they know each other as well. But Nook being taken off, we've spoken about it before. Next band coming through for that defense is Valkyrie, and on a map like Border, where she was really, where we saw her first iteration, and even after the update on Border, there are just so many spots, and Valkyrie consistently across every map in every pro league is just a information gathering demon, just so consistent, especially with the MPX at hand.
Yeah, Valkyrie very scary, and no real surprises. She's gone. Pulse as well on border is a choice that I do highly rate.
Rated all day.
Given that he is quite prominent on this map when he wants to be, especially used for downstairs bomb sites. So I mean, taking that into consideration, Pulse being gone, pretty good choice.
Good to see that they're aware of what they need to actually manage with these bans, but Variants coming in here. Good to see that they get to actually start on that defense. So if they have any opportunity of winning, it's now. They have the upper hand when it comes to actually securing these first few rounds. They need to get as many as they can under their back, under their belt before it gets too difficult. But they need to be able to take that aggression to GG. Like I said before, they need to stop them before they get too much of a chance. And here we see Azami already setting up in CCTV and using some of those, using some of the kunai to actually provide a little bit more cover and maybe set up a little bit of a foxhole for herself.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Well, I guess we will find out, Lan, what variants bring it to the table. Strike Peter Killer, Zis and Daryl locking in for their first round here in the Autumn
Peter downstairs
season.
now. Does look like, ooh, Killer's still setting up a little bit more. Oh, you're back.
Yep, apologies, my mic was muted. I must have bumped it when I went for a drink of water. But regardless of the fact, variants have a lot to prove, given that this is their first match of the Autumn series, and Gaming Gladiators being the seasoned veterans that they are. There's a lot to be desired from them as well. Obviously, in the off-season, they've had some changes. We don't see Ape here, who was a pretty big player for them in the past, as opposed to Super Zaddy. He definitely has some pretty big shoes to fill, but that's a great nade. Killers doesn't quite go down, but definitely loses a lot of his HP, and there you go, the jump in from Hoven to confirm the kill. He's looking for more, but with Gaming Gladiators finding one almost a second, variants are definitely hurting.
Yeah, he still had 2 impacts, did not see the need or didn't want to actually just drop through the hatch, unfortunately, or even through the rotation. Hoven picks up a second kill for himself and now also the camera, and he's found a very strong foothold for themselves over by CCTV, and that's the start of taking down Armory. First step complete. Wow.
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 Okay. That was a kill to find. Peter does find 1, so the first kill for Gaming Gladiators, well, I say that, first kill to succeed from Variants. They find a second with the impact, but the trades start coming through. Hoven's good for 4 in the round, and Gaming Gladiators, in extreme fashion, close that one out relatively quickly.
Hoven, just off the bat, just going absolutely crazy. Just picking up half the team for himself. Gaming Gladiators pick up their first very dominating round straight up here on day 1. Not even holding anything back either. You saw how aggressive they were. Hoven just sent himself straight into the site. A couple of grenades, of course, to lead. But the train did not stop there. He picked up pretty much the entire team. Pretty much. But honestly, Variants need to pick this up. They need to actually get a little bit more aggressive and take the fight to them. And I say that so often, but they're just letting GG run right over them. And that is, you know, newcomer mistake 101.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, look, that round from Variants was actually pretty good. They had a solid setup and a solid understanding, but unfortunately when you go up a team like Gaming Gladiators, who are naturally very aggressive in the manner that they play, I mean, we've seen it from them in multiple seasons previous. No real surprise that they took that round. I mean, Hoven with 4, single-handedly, Super Zaddy as well, finding 1. Definitely the team that is calling the shots. Make sure, hashtag call your shot in the chat if you want your chance to win some credits, but still, very well done to Gaming Gladiators locking it down.
A couple of shots already landing on Tolji as he starts droning for the rest of his team. Flores, of course, on the table, able to take down a lot of utility in the toilet. Might have to rotate now. maybe another kill for Hoven here, but no, it's Super Zaddy to open it up for GG as Zist gets taken down. But maybe one of his clones still resides and might be able to find a kill back for them.
Well, I mean, they've done some damage. Hoven and Tolji not looking too good, especially now with Peter taking down Zaddy. And that is at least somewhat of a trade. A Sledge for an Aruni, definitely favouring Variance in that sort of aspect, I suppose. But they make their way into the building, they start doing some damage, and with half the round sort of remaining, it does leave a little bit to still left to be desired for both sides, but they're still getting the job done.
Walls getting opened up, and they might have a slot in here for the second floor, but it's really about finding the right crossfire, right cross angles to be able to open this one up. And oh my gosh, Rix!
Oh,
what is that?
okay.
Check that man's PC. Check it, because this guy is going off. Someone is getting. Oh, he must be so mad, dude. If he watched this VOD back, like Killers would just be kicking himself.
I would be upset if that's how I died. But
very grumpy.
Only a minute remains. It's a 3. Well, okay, I was going to say 3 versus 4, but it's a 4 versus 2. And look, not looking great at all for Variance here. Daryl is going to try and aggress out of Passport, but with the diffuser already going down, he's got a player in the bottom of square that he doesn't know about. He doesn't know where the planter is either. Will spot the head, but it's Rix to connect for another in the round. There's some pings there for Strike to work with. Spots the player in the bottom of the square. He actually does win that fight, but he does have a player to his left pushing up behind him. Hoven gives himself away. I don't think Strike has much of a chance on this one, unfortunately.
No, he's gonna have to rotate down. He's already in a post-plant situation. Doesn't have many options available, and Hoven catches him on the external rotate, stops him from finding any semblance of hope. But you know what? In the end, he got a couple of kills in the end. That's okay. But so far, it is a Gaming Gladiators streak. 2 rounds in a row now. Not completely over. Variant still have many chances to pull this one back, and that wasn't that bad. It was actually some of those players actually had good opportunities and were in good situations, if you think about it. Just unable to land some shots and maybe just generally had inferior positioning.
Yeah, I mean, based on how Variants were playing that round, they definitely know how they want to be executing things. I think it's more actually putting it into practice, because this will be one of the first few times that they're going to be versing a team like Gaming Gladiators on game day. Scrims are completely different in not only format, but also in how they work, how you sort of, what strategies you'll bring, you try new things. Whereas on game day, you go back to basics for your team and what works. I mean, and for Gaming Gladiators, that is just run and gun. And Variants, I don't think, have necessarily adjusted to the pace just yet. They definitely do seem a little bit slower behind the 8 ball than other teams we've seen so far in this league.
Well,
could just
like
be nerves too.
Yeah, it's not every day they're going to have to face Gaming Gladiators. They're going to have to face them eventually, yes. But they have many opportunities throughout the rest of this league to actually prove what they're made of. So don't count them out just yet, guys. Tolji with the drone now, trying to find a couple of openings for the rest of his team. Notices that they're open downstairs and stock. Might be able to open up some of this walling here. Hoven getting to work with the Ashe already, and Ashe's R4C being reset does mean she's a bit of a force to be reckoned with. But E1D getting popped and still nothing available for them. But oh, I take that back. They found a nice head.
Okay, Tolji. He opens up the playing field with a good kill of his own. Now the calls to come out. They do have to answer that one before they can move forward. And in saying that, Gaming Gladiators have started off with a good kill for themselves, and they haven't really left too much in terms of that roam presence for Variants. Ooh.
Yeah, unfortunately, Killer's not very healthy right now. Tolji gets taken down, so not a massive loss considering. Ooh, well, dodged the Razor Bloom there. Zaddy picks up Daryl, leaving 3 members left on Variance. 1 pretty much dead, but might be able to pull off a miracle if they get lucky.
Oh, that's great.
Nice.
Caught looking the wrong way. Zaddy, good kill for him. Locking down another frag. But unfortunately, for the rest...
What?
Oh my.
What?
Caught. Rotating round. Joe finds Strike. Killer's now the last alive. The bomb is going down elsewhere, though. Killers doesn't necessarily even know that it's happening. Super Zaddy does have the cover, and Killers, being 1 HP, tries to find the vertical angle, but unfortunately can't connect. We go into a post-plant land. The hatches aren't even open, and Killers is going to have to make his way back onto the site against 2 pretty much full health Gaming Gladiator players.
So some of these shots through the floor are actually pretty close. He has some really good instinct here. But oh my gosh, he gets that! He gets that. A triple kill for Killers right now. And Rick's holding an angle. I don't think they have time. They're going to lose this round indefinitely. But he might be able to find a kill here.
No, if he gets a kill here, he could... I was going to say, if he gets that kill and runs straight onto the diffuser, provided they know where it is, he could have diffused that. But, unfortunately, Ace a little bit too sharp on the pre-fire. He connects for it. He locks the round down for GG. I mean, a 3-0, yes, but at what cost? It's come down to so many close rounds for Variance, and rightfully so. I think a timeout is probably justified here. This would be the time to use it.
Yeah, it's better sooner than later for Variance. They don't want to have to learn their lessons too far down the line. Right now, here in the first round with their defense, this is the best opportunity they have to actually take rounds off GG. And Gaming Gladiators, once they hit defense, it's going to be 10 times harder for Variance here on Border. This is not an easy map to play attack.
No, it really isn't. And,
Yeah.
I mean, especially against a team like GG, who on defense are notoriously aggressive. Like, they will just run at you. So, hopefully, they are prepared to some degree for what is about to come their way, given that it is going to be an onslaught from the members of GG. But I mean, look, they still do have what, 3 rounds to find a couple of rounds for themselves to at least equalize before the split. So I mean, it's not completely over just yet, Lan, but there is definitely going to have to be a lot of work put in.
Absolutely. They're going to have to do so much to make this one work for them. But I think they can. So far, they're showing some pretty good potential. And that's what I'm really looking for here in this first map. I don't expect them to win against GG, who were the last season's champions. But we just need them to, you know, show signs of life. This is the hardest match they're going to face, bar Elevate, you know? They're going to...
Yeah.
They're gonna get it out of the way as soon as possible. I mean, they are bottom seed. This is gonna happen eventually, right, guys? Bottom seed always plays top seed, and you know what? They're showing that they have a chance. Like, over the next few weeks, they have so many opportunities to actually grow, and I'm very excited to see Variance actually bring in some pretty interesting gameplay.
Well, even just to see who they can beat will be interesting. Oh, the prone here from Zaddy, surely. Just lock the feet down. He sees him. The damage dealt. It's not enough for a kill. He's going to send the nade over as well. It doesn't connect, unfortunately. Strike has already rotated away. Is playing close on this rotate. I'm waiting for another nade to come through, but with Killers there as well. The jump in from Hoven once more. It's read this time by Killers, who was expecting it. And the first kill goes in favor of Variance.
Nice pickup from Killer here. Positive KD. Super Zaddy now pushing it down main hall. Jojo picks up Killers in return. Finds that refrag. But with a minute 40, Gaming Gladiators can spare some time for themselves and recollect. Variance, they need to buy as much time as possible.
The nade doesn't connect. at all, unfortunately. I do think it did get rid of the shield there for Zist, but Zaddy is just waiting for the information. His teammate is bringing the drone forward. They are expecting a flank or something in the mind of some re-aggression, but with a hole opened up there, it's going to cause some issues. Zaddy is going to choose to leave it for the time being, opts to go towards main. There is a player on the stairs right now, but Variant's choosing to play passively. Probably the best choice for them so far, but Tolji collects 4 versus 3. GG have the favour.
Unfortunately, announcing his presence, Zist just gave it away. Strike and Daryl being taken out, leaving Peter all alone to face off against 4 members. But it'll be Rix to close that round out as he finds the last member of Variants to secure a win on border. Yet again, another round going to Gaming Gladiators, quite clean and quite dominantly.
Yeah, no real issues at all, I guess, that we could really pick on their land. Other than maybe Variants could have played a little bit more reserved on that round. They got quite aggressive. They didn't really need to. I mean, we saw people picking from the top of main. It was definitely an interesting one, but to say the least, GG made the best of it. And they just sort of walked in and shot at people. And that's all they really need to do, I guess. It's what they have done in multiple iterations of the Operations League. So no surprise that they are 4-0, but Variants, if they want to have a chance in this game, are going to have to find the next 2, because attacking on this map against GG is going to be very hard.
It's not going to be an easy task, I'll say that for sure. Daryl, Variants putting up some hammers. We all know they're not really that bulletproof, but they provide a lot of good information. And Kapkan, making it into this round here, might be able to slow down Gaming Gladiators as they aggressively push. Now, they are bringing in the Lion, and that means EMPs. So, how long those mute jammers or, you know, these EDDs last, we'll have to see. But regardless, Killers 5 rounds in a row on this Azami. Now on a different side, trying to hold it down for the rest of the team as well.
Yeah, indeed, but in saying that, it is going to be super zesty to open it up with one. And Tolji as well, from downtown, finds the head of Killers. And Variants are just getting dismantled. Hoven with another. The hyper-aggression from Gaming Gladiators. This is the difference, ladies and gentlemen, between these two teams. I mean, the prowess, not only mechanically, but strategically from GG. They know, they can see where the hole in the error is in the strategy. Joe finds another onto Peter. It's now all up to Daryl. A 5 versus 1. Let's be honest, no hope at all. Hoven comes in for a second. It's a flawless from GG for round number 5. I think Variants might be, oh my god! Wow. Variants are in shambles.
Yep. They are not having a great time, and it is very painful to see them struggle like this in the last few rounds here. Over the last 2 rounds, we've seen them just either get completely stomped or just drop the ball when they really shouldn't have been playing the way they did. So, did we expect anything else from Gaming Gladiators? Not really. We expected them to be as aggressive and as unhinged as they are now. They are, of course, our top seed. And even without Ape, you know, like, even without Ape, we can see that they're still functioning and they still retain their style of play. If anything, I think they're even more aggressive, but that might just be because they're not giving Variants a chance. They don't want to give them a chance. They just want to send it, end this as fast as possible, and really make a statement.
Yeah, Super Zaddy has been a good fill-in for Ape, and I mean, look, regardless of his presence / no presence, they've still been doing good, and you can't really say too much other than they still look as strong as they did before that roster change. So.
Yeah, perhaps. No, actually, no. Absolutely. Definitely, absolutely. You know what's interesting though? Hoven's like one of the few players that actually brings IQ. And with the AUG as well, mind you. Not an easy gun to actually use. And usually we see IQ with the LMG as of late. This time around, of course, with changes to LMGs, maybe IQ is the better pick here. We'll have to see. But IQ with the breach charges, which now detonate faster, might be the play for him and might be exactly what he wants. 7-2 right now, leading the board for GG. Wow!
Oh, yeah, okay. Hoven just walked up east. No barbed wire, no beeper, no supporting utility at all. And E-Stairs falls in favor of GG, and with the pistol from distance, Hoven gets a second on the Zist. Variance, what's going on?
They're not building their defenses, like you said, with supporting utility. That wall means nothing if he can silently walk up and place himself right in your face where it's too hard to shoot. Right now, Joe with the wall as the Osa.
Oh my days!
Hoven, stop, dude, please. Give them a chance, Hoven.
Don't give him another.
Give them a chance, Hoven.
He gets 4 in the round. This is Variance. It's time to call it, boys, because we're on match point. It's a 6-0 half. Gaming Gladiators on an absolute heater for their first game of the season in the autumn season here. Variants are not getting the kindest of welcomes, that is for sure. Hoven not giving them a break. 4 kills.
You know what? This is initiation by fire. They're getting
this is even initiation. This is torture.
This is the full frat boy experience, guys. If you're gonna be part of Operation League, you gotta go against the biggest fish in the lake, in the pond, and you are gonna get eaten up. Look at a 6-0 match point. We have not even been in this game for very long. It is the fastest possible match so far, and I do not see this ending kindly for Variants. They have not played out a single round to their favor, and when they had the chances, they drop it immensely. And just to add to the point I had before, like you said, what? Okay, they're just gonna let them shoot that open and just, like, you know, deny them entry immediately. Interesting. I like it.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, Gaming Gladiators have had
disrespectful.
A heater of a match, but the fact that Hoven's allowed to do stuff like that, I mean, it just shouldn't happen. It should not be allowed to happen. So
maybe
Variants,
the AUG was the play after all, man.
Yeah, I don't know. Something went wrong, and Variants are going to have to clean it up, because if they don't, this is going to be a 7-0.
Oh, man. What can I say at this point? It really is an uphill climb. I'd be super surprised if Variants made this one work and got a round here. And honestly, if they did, big win. Massive achievement, you know? You gotta take these small wins and they stack up innumerably into the future. But with stuff like this happening, where Killers gets taken out with no refrag or support, it's rough. Strike finds one, but that's on the other side of the map. Daryl has to rotate out for his own safety. But they're back to droning.
Yeah, look, Super Zaddy might be down, and at the end of the day, that is a big kill, given he's had some pretty big impact, but Hoven's the one you want to be trying to find. And with Killers having, well, the most kills on Variants, having him die isn't great, but Joe's taken down by a Claymore. So there is that, I guess, some compensation, but Gaming Gladiators still have Hoven alive, as well as Tolji. And for Variants, if they want to make this happen, they're going to have to find a couple more kills than what they currently have, especially if Tolji's allowed to do that. Not good at all. He doesn't know a player's jumped in from window. Will he hit the shot? No, he was so close to taking down one. But Hoven's Nitro is there to lock in a kill for him. Zist will lock it out into 1 versus 2 for Rix, but this is light work.
Rix gonna play this smart 1v2 right now It may be the first round.
no.
Variance picks up, but no.
Oh
Ricks
my
with
God!
a double almost immediately. There is no chance. They stood no opportunity.
Thanks for coming.
But look at that. Oh my gosh. Look at that flick.
Oh,
Thanks for.
sheesh.
Sure.
That is
He knew
that
it,
is
man.
class. Masterclass. Thanks for coming, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a great night. 7-0 for Galloway. Gaming Gladiators. No question whatsoever. I mean, we can expect anything less at all from the boys, and even without Ape. I mean, I don't know if he's been swept out or if he's just not playing tonight, but regardless of the fact, Super Zaddy stepped up. Gaming Gladiators, a 7-0 variance. Welcome to the Operations League, but I mean, not a great showing from game number 1 for them.
Well, I still think they had some good moments. And like you said in the start, they know what they want to do, but it's very different when you're entering. I mean, they made it all the way here. Sure, they probably know how to execute their plans, but when you're up against big fish that came back from a major, you know, like, it's very different. And this is I say this every season, but this is invaluable experience for them. They're definitely in a place where they're going to be learning and growing. But welcome to Operation League, guys. You guys are fish food at this point.
Enjoy your stay. Short one at that. 7-0. Thanks for coming. 30-minute game. A quick game's a good game. Gaming Gladiators seem to agree with that statement as well. But for variance, I mean, as you said, some good performances from them. Unfortunately, none that turned over a leaf in terms of the round count. I mean, Super Zaddy, great performance from him in his first game, albeit the highlight player in that match for me, probably Hoven. But that's a given. He usually pops off a GG regardless of the night. So good to see that the young gunners are having those really good opening moments. But speaking of opening, you could be opening 600 R6 credits for yourself. Make sure you follow Rainbow6SEA, the Twitch channel that we're on currently, and enter the hashtag #CallYourShots in the chat for your chance to win 600 credits and an R6 OLSEA pin. Make sure you chuck those in, because who doesn't love free stuff, right?
Absolutely. And you know what? I'll show you guys what it looks like later on when the camera turns back. But trust me when I say it is worth it. It is a beautiful pin. And honestly, who doesn't like you said, who doesn't like free stuff, Proto? Oh, there we go. We've got our
Bang,
pins
bang.
out. Boom, right here, guys. Look at it. Look at
Certified pin collector.
Shiny. It's steel. Good material. Good material.
Good quality.
Anyway,
great pins. Vouch.
made by Koyo. In saying that, wow, Gaming Gladiators strong and dominant as usual, really making a statement here on day 1, sending it 7-0. Proto, we didn't expect anything different. We got one game left today, guys. One last game.
We do have one more game left on the roster for us this evening, and that is going to be Fury taking on a Strape. But we will be heading to a slightly extended break, and when we come back from that, we will round the evening out with one more game. So go fill up your water, go grab a snack, because we have another heater for you after this break. We'll be back shortly.
may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see.
Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. We're here 3 games into the night. We've got 1 more left lined up, ready for your viewing experience as well as ours. We've had some relatively quick games tonight. We've also had a mix of longer ones. Obviously, the 8-6 in Game 2, 7-5 for Game 1, and a very quick and swift 7-0 in the last game. Lamb, we move on to Fury versus Strape. What are you expecting for this matchup?
I'm expecting Fury to do exactly what Gaming Gladiators did in that last round and just give them no room to breathe at all. We have seen Fury play. We know what Fury play like. And looking at this map pick, which I will not reveal just yet, it's not going to be easy for a Strape. A Strape, hopefully, over this last few months, has come back with some new skills under their belt.
Maybe some strategies as well, maybe a roster change. I mean, we've seen everybody else have a roster change so far tonight. I'm pretty sure every team we've seen has made roster changes.
Every team except Elevate.
Bar Elevate. Well, technically, they got Laxing in as the coach.
True.
But Bar Variants, obviously, they're a brand new team, so they don't really count as a roster change. But other than that, every other team, Bar Elevate, technically, and Variants, have made a roster change. So if we see Fury and a Strape changing some things up as well, wouldn't be surprised. Fresh little refresher, I suppose, to the faces on those teams. But Lan, I mean, we're coming into this matchup. We're waiting for the map bans to come on the screen. Obviously, we already know what it is. But Fury versus Strape, it is definitely having its tone set to be an interesting one.
Ooh, look at these two guys in the middle telling us to be quiet. Ooh, spooky. But new faces on the Strape side. So yes, there are some roster changes coming through. Fury, of course, the team that we all expect to really turn up, and they're performing pretty well so far across the board for Siege in general. But as we all know, Lycolas, Hajime, Dark, BG Man, and I9, nothing new on this side of the board.
No, Fury keeping everything relatively the same, but Strape have made some changes. We've got a few new names here. Well, sorry, we've got 2 new names. Keith and God is Shiny. Bolivian Phenomenal and Pig G, obviously, from last season, remaining strong. But Strape changing up a couple of players. Interesting. We'll see how it pans out for them. They could be one of the new big teams on the block. We'll have to see how they go up against Fury here. But the question is, where are they going to be playing this match out? The map ban comes up momentarily on our screens. It is definitely going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, not sure what to expect out of Strape. Obviously, we have our reservations about how this performance is going to be. But on a map like Bank, it is one of the Strape's better maps. You know, like, they didn't pull out a win last season, but it is one of their better maps. They actually know how to play this map to some extent. And maybe with this new roster, they swap things around. We'll just have to see. Come in quite fresh today here on day 1 of the autumn split.
Keep in mind as well that this is one of Fury's good maps too. They like this one. They get the Sens out. They do like Sens on the top floor.
They do.
I9 tends to play that operator, but they also like more of that aggressive style. I'd imagine Nock will probably go here, given that Fury have played that operator before on this map. But up until that point, we can't really say too much, given that Bank is one of those interesting maps that is sort of neither here nor there at the moment in terms of how both of these teams have been playing.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is a make or break kind of map, isn't it? There's not a lot of wiggle room for how it's played. Even with the past changes, it's the same thing over and over, year after year. Once you figure out how to play Bank, that's how you play it. There's not a lot of imagination that goes along, just because a lot of the flooring is actually quite solid. It's only mainly between some of the offices that you have a lot of wiggle room. The rest of it's concrete, so it gets really tricky, and we'll have to see how they play this out. I9, of course, is the player on this team you want to keep your eye out for, because he sends it quite aggressively early in the game, and he can we know him very well to actually be one of the better fraggers in this league as well.
I mean, previously a member of Elevate, I think says enough. Formerly Napew, for those of you who don't know. Definitely a scary player, but I'm interested to see what Keith and God bring to this roster, because we know Phenomenal, we know PG, we know Bolivian. They had a pretty good season as of last in the summer split, but God and Keith are coming into this fresh faces to the fray, hoping that they can pull up as hard as a Straight did last season.
Yeah, absolutely. And see, God is already very excited. He's here for his first day, and this is the new thing, isn't it? Nook being banned first.
Yeah, second ban to come out. Interesting to see what it'll be. Probably the Thatcher. Maybe even a Habana on bank, but it is going to be the Thatcher lock in. So defensive-wise, probably going to be Mirror, probably going to be Valkyrie. Maybe something interesting to be thrown in the mix, maybe the Zami. What are we thinking?
On a map like Bank, we usually see a Valkyrie getting banned out and a Mira. So both bring a lot of utility on that defense, just because Mira makes the defense down in basement very, very hard to actually push. You'll need to bring in a Monty. You'll need to do a lot of things to that Mira to actually deal with it. But Valkyrie brings a lot of strength pretty much all over the board, every single site. And Kaid, that also makes sense, just because hatches are very, very prevalent across this entire map, and you want to be able to defend basement.
Yeah, look, I suppose we'll see. Land basement is an interesting site. I mean, the Strape have the better side of the card on the defense here, so we'll see how it pans out, because it can go one of two ways. It can be very defender-sided, or it just completely falls apart.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. They really need to stick together. Like, what we usually see happen when a Straight plays defense is that they usually pick up some pretty interesting frags, but their decision making on when to rotate, or perhaps how they even decide to hold some of these sites, is always what's questionable. We don't question their gunplay skill. We know they can pick up frags. It's really their positioning and their timing, really. It's just very unfortunate that they make the rotations that they do, that they get caught out in the way they have been so far. And we just want to see them just play a little bit smarter this time around, perhaps.
We will see momentarily if that is the case. Fury have had a really good season in the summer series. Coming into the autumn series, obviously, they are looking to continue their run. They've had that time off season to put in the work. So if they can get openings here, I mean, I9 does spot one. He's not spotted out, and Bolivian falls. That is a good way to start that match off.
Yeah, Bolivian, I mean, already had the Aruni Saria gates set up, but that is a big operator. Very prominent, very well known to be able to pick frags, very flexible, of course, especially with the bionic arm, able to punch holes. But wow, Keith getting caught and got a shiny, both in quick succession of each other, being just eliminated and removed from the board.
Big G does find one. I9 goes down, but it is only Phenomenal remaining with 100 HP. Big G's probably not going to be good for too much unless he can find a couple of kills. BG Man will be getting the diffuser down, but from above, Phenomenal can attempt to deny, but the impact doesn't connect like Hollis to take down what's left of Big G. The pre-fire is there. It's good for one. He thought he killed the Osa, but he didn't quite connect. He will with the CZ, but it's going to be Dark, who closes it out with the Zofia from above on the Archives hatch. On the server hatch. And Fury lock in round number one. A Straight on the defense, not as sharp as maybe we would have hoped coming into this.
We can still see some slight panic there, missing the throw on the impact. Played a huge part in how he lost that that round there. Unfortunately, if he landed that impact, took down the shield, took down and stopped that plant, arguably he would have been able to clutch it. I would say that because, you know, like, he wouldn't have had to push it, leave the diffuser there, and just go with it, you know. But right now, unfortunately, a bit of a misplay. Not the end of the world, only the first round.
Look, they got it down to a winnable deficit. Astrape had a period of time where that could have quite easily been their round. Fury did get the plant down. They were in a good post-plant position. They had their bases covered. They lost 2 on that reattempt there. So Phenomenal did actually do some good work, regardless of the outcome. In saying that, you know, we should be expecting a little bit more from Astrape than I think we are initially giving them the benefit of. Because they've already shown the ability is there. They just need to put it into practice.
That's true. And they've had a lot of experience here in Operation League. They've played Fury before. Not as this current iteration of a roster, but, you know, the lessons should have been learned and preserved within that team. They should be keeping strat books, and if not strat books, at least share some notes on how to play it against a roster that has not changed at all.
Yeah, indeed. And, well, I guess that means that Fury, if they can continue playing on a heater like they are, God goes down like Hollis to open it up. If Fury can continue and walk away with this victory, they will be the only team to keep the original roster and continue playing at the level that we saw from the end of the season last. But Phenomenal takes a lot of damage, so Fury are off to a great start. They have conceded a little bit themselves, but it's BG, man, to find a second. Big G goes down, and Astrape now concede 4 kills in the first half round. Bolivian, the last alive, now spotted out. They know the site's clear. He's going to go for 1. He will get the down on the dark, but at this point, I don't really think it's going to be very doable. The diffuser's going off inside of the site. He's got a player very close to him on the left. Hajime denies the kill with the team frag. The diffuser is planted, and Bolivian is left in a 1 versus 4 with no real hope. He does find 1 for consolidation, but that's probably going to be it, Lan.
He's got a lot to do with only 30 seconds left in the clock in this post-plant against 3 members with superior weapons, by the way. So much more range, better positioning. He's better off saving those 20 seconds to regroup with his team. But no, he's even contemplating dropping down that hatch. Doesn't make it through in the end. And we can see Astrape just scratching their heads, trying to figure out what's happening and what's going wrong.
Yeah, Hajime locks it down, and Fury find a second. Astrape kind of lost in the source. I mean, that was a minute of time that elapsed, and Fury had already found 4 kills. The roam presence was wiped out. The site players then walked out trying to compensate, and didn't. They did no compensation of the sort. In fact, they just made the issue worse. They enabled Fury to just lock down as many free kills as they could get their hands on. And they did exactly that. And Fury are a team that are renowned for doing things like that. I mean, we have seen in the Summer Series alone, Lan, on multiple occasions, if you give I9 breathing room, dark breathing room, in any instance, they will, 8 times out of 10 win that fight with no repercussions, no refrag, no nothing from the defensive side. And they're doing it here against Astrape in these opening rounds. I mean, we're only 2 rounds in, yes, but this is a defender-sided map. Bank, largely, especially the downstairs and the top floor, have shown to be one of the most defender-sided sites at the moment. And Fury is just walking circles around them right now.
Walking circles is a bit of an understatement. They are honestly just getting destroyed. It's not just 1 kill that gets taken off. In fashion, they are being eliminated together in quick succession of one another, and it's like synchronized hits across the map. You're like lining them up like ducks, and you're just sitting there like, you know what, we're gonna do this. Oh my gosh!
What's that?
What are you trying to duel?
What are you achieving?
Accomplishing anything by throwing a kunai at a wall, missing it, and then like trying to drop shot that and trying to like compete at that.
No, well, I mean, I do get putting the kunai down there. I do understand that bit. The bit that I don't get is why was that not done first given that that is probably one of the most dangerous angles to be playing on. And
like
you can be spotted from the whole window.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know. Priority is set up.
As well,
yeah, legit.
You know?
He's all the way out on the left side, just completely
White
exposed. And for I9, it was, you know, bish, bash, bosh, thank you very much. I'll take a freebie. And Fury find themselves in the lead once more.
We're nitpicking at this point, but like...
We are.
These are things... But these are things that should have been done way earlier in prep, you know?
This should have been done in scrims 2 months ago.
High traffic sites like this, a nice C4 frag right on the Hajime.
They have the info.
That's a decent kill onto Hajime as well. So a little bit better this time around. Not taking that one out.
Oh my god. I mean, look at this. Dark is just walking around, taking anything that he can get his hands on. Keith at least gets the diffuser down inside of stock, but that is pretty much all he has control. Oh my, Dark put to bed. Holy, what a shot from Keith. This is a winnable situation for him right now. Fury, they have 2 remaining. They do have the chance to regroup. Lycolis will make his way into the top of square. I don't know that he's inside of Janitor right now. I9 is going to be gathering that information on the drone. The pings are coming out. They do have some inkling of where he may be. If he shoots right through that wall like Hollis, I'm telling you, you'll hit him right in the head. He is right there. But I9's misdroned him. He's check meeting. He's checked stock twice now, and they can't find him. This could be huge for Keith if he goes unspotted. Indeed, he has. He's got away with it up until this point so far. He's already found 2. There's only 20 seconds left. They seem to have some inkling that he's in here. He swings down round for the triple. All he needs is one more. He doesn't even need the kill. All he needs to do is run. They have the information, though. The pings are there. I9 swings round. He does lock it down for Fury, but my god, that was sloppy from both sides all the way up until the very end.
Bit dragged out, unfortunately, but that was the closest Astrape has ever gotten to actually taking a round.
Well, in this matchup, Fury. They've gotten closer than that in other games.
in history, yes, absolutely. But today, that's as far as they've ever gotten today. Painful, honestly, and I really wanted to get that round, and I was about to say this is it, but just couldn't.
Apparently not.
Couldn't. No.
Unfortunately not.
They just Shiny. I'm gonna call him Shiny. I'm not gonna call him God. Shiny needs to hold it down a little bit longer. He's being a little bit too forward, a bit too aggressive. And yeah, sure, that's kind of his role. He's a role, right? Trying to stop them before they get in. But he's also got to survive. He's got to. The name of the game for him is really just to waste time. That's what the holograms are for. And you know what? That's why he's playing a very fast operator.
Yeah, look, Fury. I don't know. The first 2 rounds solid. That round looked solid, and then it sort of went to the wind. So I don't know. Fury are making similar mistakes, but I guess for Astrape they're just more detrimental. In terms of both setup, choosing what and when to peek. I think Fury have slightly better etiquette. So Astrape should be taking some notes between these rounds, because, I mean, if they don't find at least something on the defensive side, Fury are going to have a relatively easy, breezy bank.
Hajime with the superior positioning here, right over glass window. And maybe Dark might find another pickup here, but takes a little bit of damage, unfortunately. He's so patient, though. Hajime just waiting for the right time. They know they're going to rotate here. They know someone's going to pass through this point. And you know what? Maybe, but right now, the range focus is moving downstairs. And Keith, oh, that's exactly what it is. They know he's there. And he's going to reinforce that? That might be his only way out of that position. But he's unaware of Hajime's spot.
Oh, they got close.
Downed. Yeah.
They did get close. Big G's now going to try and attempt to keep his teammate alive. The covering fire is there. They really want to score this kill, and indeed they will. Like Hollis to take down what's left of Bolivian, but with the wall opened up, I mean, Big G is really the last hope here. Hajime goes for the vault in. Doesn't quite get spotted out. The flash does come through. Lycolis finds a player in the hallway. Keith will get the trade back onto Hajime, though, with 3 versus 2. Fury, they hold the advantage. Diffuser down, no Osa, which means that this plant is going to be difficult, but upstairs, Shiny putting the work in. He takes down the player holding that flank, and the Twitch losing that player is going to make things a whole lot more difficult. But Keith with the Nitro comes on through. Lycolis connects with the headshot. Shiny has to drop. He has 2 to find, but he's not even going to get 1. Dark locks it down for Fury. Again, quite close, but Fury definitely making that a lot closer than it needed to be.
Shiny staying alive for as long as he did was a massive contributor for them making it as far as they had over for that site. Controlling open area the way he did and managing to pick up a kill there made a whole world of difference for a Strape, and you can see that. Unfortunately, the anchors on site were just not able to stay alive. Bolivian got taken down way too early as Aruni, and that's a lot of firepower. I don't remember exactly what weapon Aruni was holding. I didn't get to hear it. I'm assuming it was DMR, but hypothetically, if the DMR was still on the board, Proto, that's a lot. That's a lot of control they have downstairs. And they can play long angle, 2 rooms backwards.
Yeah, could have done just that, but unfortunately, at this point in time, Land Fury hold a 4-0 lead. And Strape don't have anything to show from the efforts they've been putting in. I mean, between them, 12 kills is all that they've got. And, you know, 2 members of Fury have that between them. So, it's you could technically say it's a 5 versus 2 right now. But for a Strape, it's just 2 and 2 is not going together to make 4. Which is a shame.
It is a shame. We're seeing Maestro come in this time with the LMG. Good. The ACS was just not doing it for me, to be honest. I'm not a massive fan of the ACS. I understand why people play it. But it is what it is. In saying that, though, a Strape not being able to find any semblance of hope so far does not bode well. I9 on the Samcam now finds a nice little hologram for himself. A couple of pings go down for the Evil Eyes. Hajime making his way back up to his... it's so strong.
It's insane. You have to hit a shot of a lifetime. Is this going to bounce off the... Okay, I was going to say, if that bounced off the glass, that would have been unfortunate. But Phenomenal will start it off with a kill for himself. BG Man does fall. And this is the first time I think a Strape have had a decent sort of kill on the board. BG Man down on the sledge, that's huge. But Lycolis and Dark just go straight ahead and negate that completely. They find 2 for themselves. Castle and Alibi both fall. And we are coming into the last half round. Pig G, Phenomenal, and Keith. The last 3 alive here for a Strape. They can do it. We have seen them pull off some pretty big kills so far. No rounds, though. Phenomenal loses half of his health. I mean, Fury are just starting to lock down towards Square, lock down towards this side, and a Strape are visibly struggling.
It's not the easiest time for them. Pig G finds one with the LMG, tries the impact trick. No success and no die so far. Both Selma pop off, and both members of Fury are still...
Oh, hold on. Hold on. From behind, Dark could go huge. He's going to find the first. He swings in. He gets the second as well. God. He locks in 3 for Fury. The triple for him. Keith the last alive. 1 HP on the Zofia. No. The bomb now going down for Lycolis. Can he get the denial? No. Spotted on the drone. They know his exact location. If they didn't now, they do know. They had the drone information. Regardless, Lycolis, the shots come, but they don't connect. Keith... he has to get aggressive here. Dark knows he's low. He's not going to choose to shoot and swing, but he does go for it. He gets punished. Keith hits the shot, doesn't connect onto the transfer to Lycolis. All he has to do is play passively, and indeed he will. He runs back out into Square. The wall opened up for his convenience. 20 seconds remains. It's not a lot to work with here for Keith, but he's not even going to get a chance. He peeks the wrong way. Lycolis locks it down, but again, Fury, too close for comfort.
Strape are grazing the surface here, and they are coming so close in some of these rounds. Twice now we see them actually have a chance of winning. But it's just not enough. Every time Fury are able to actually pull and secure these wins, like you said, too close for comfort. They could be losing these rounds. But at the same time, it's also still a win.
I know that we're harping on about it, Land, but at this level of competitive play, keep in mind this is a Tier 2 breaching Tier 1 competition, or at least the level of teams in the... I mean, you look at Elevate, you look at Direwolves, you look at PG, they've been to Majors, they've been to Invites. They are Tier 1 PL level teams. You've got Tier 2 teams as well filling in the ranks. You've got Fury. You've got other teams like Champion, Obsession, and they don't make mistakes. They do not make mistakes. I mean, yes, they do for at Tier 1 level mistakes, but you look at this, I mean, these are low-end mistakes. You've got a 3 versus 2, crossfires set up, but no one watching the rotate. You've got no information, no beeper, no wire. I mean, there is no information being played here by Strape except for the Evil Eyes, and they are seemingly having 0 to no effect. You've got no barbed wire, 2 beepers from Phenomenal, and they're in Narnia. I mean... Fury, yes, arguably they are looking worse than a Strape. They may have 5 rounds, but the mistakes being made are arguably a lot worse in Fury's park. I mean, how many 1v1s have we seen that just shouldn't have happened?
And you know what? Sometimes it's a poor excuse to just say, you know, we're just trying to have fun. You know, like, whatever, we don't care. It's still, like, it's still practice, and in the end, it's still on your record. People will see this, and people... will I mean, it does set into habit as well, you know.
I was going to say I wouldn't call it necessarily you know, a track record thing, but it does start to set bad habits, exactly as you said. And for teams like Fury, you know, going down to a 1 versus 1 every round. I mean, Bolivian, he's got no support, and they don't even know that this is clear because your teammate died in there 5 minutes ago. Why are you dropping into server? Pig G should be relaying this to you. I9 finds another, and at this point, it's just GG go next for Fury. They're looking for a 6-0 half, and a Strape aren't going to do anything about it.
Why? What was the idea behind that drop? They didn't need to. Both walls are pretty much still up.
And they had info that he was in there. And I know we're harping on about it. We sound like good caster, bad caster, but these mistakes should not be being made at this level. So, unfortunately for Fury, it is reflecting a little bit in their play, but bomb going down for BG Man. He's not going to choose to stick at the impact. Unfortunately, makes things a whole lot worse for him, and I9 locks it out. Fury with a 6-0 half. We are staring down the barrel of another 7-0, ladies and gentlemen. A Strape could be joining the Variance party in a moment's notice as Fury now go over onto the defense. They're going to go straight downstairs, I'd imagine, and a Strape are going to have to dig deep because they not only need to win 6 rounds in a row, no. They need to win the hardest side on Bank to win on the attacking side against a team that, yes, have been making a lot of mistakes tonight, but on this map are probably the best on defense. So this is the decider. This is where the turn can table. Can a Strape make the impossible possible and get the job done? Not like in their chance, I'm being completely honest, Land. Fury are looking good, but not at the same time. They didn't go downstairs either. They went to open area, so I rate this.
I just want to make a note that in that last play, I don't exactly remember who was the last person alive. Who was the last person alive?
It was Maestro and I believe. Well, I think it was Mozzie, but Mozzie died in the hallway and Maestro died in red, pretty much exactly the same time. So
okay, that's right. I was Maestro in my head, right? Because Maestro has impact.
Yeah.
So Maestro, throwing impacts. That was the second time that a Strape lost a 1v2 clutch because they hit a wall with the impact instead of their target.
The first one did connect. They did get the guy off the plant, and they did get rid of the Osha shield. I'll give them that.
The first out of that round. But
yeah.
earlier in the game, the first impact that was thrown in a 1v2 situation hit the hatch. But it was in the same spot on the same site. It is cursed.
on the same plan. Yeah, I do see that now. I understand the angle you're coming from, but I don't know. I think it's just been a streak of bad luck for both sides here, really. Fury have obviously come out on the better side of that, but yeah, look, Strape have just not been dealt a good hand, unfortunately, and Fury have really been the one calling the shots. Remember, hashtag call your shots in the chat. But yeah, they've still got 2 upstairs they have to find. Keith will open it up with 1 on the Hajime. So Fury do concede the first loss and possibly a second here if Keith can find some more.
He might be able to find this one here. And yes, confirming it with the Iana. Collects that kill for himself. Now pulls out the Gemini. Might be able to find a little bit more information. And this is a good position. They are now 2 kills up. For the first time here today, they have a 2-man advantage.
Ow, and Dark, what a shot to find from distance. He gets away with it as well. So at least he evens it out to some degree. He does lose a lot of his health in the process. No Thunderbird, no Doc, meaning he will remain that way for the rest of the round. They do have a Rook, which is an interesting choice, but I don't know, each their own. Maybe R9 is feeling the Rook tonight. But Strape are definitely starting to go to town with that sort of vertical pressure. Dark's position now largely known. Fury, we've seen a Strape throw the 3v4. Will Fury do the same thing?
Ooh, Fury lose Dark, and that's one of their top fraggers. 11 kills on the board, only followed by Lycolis. 4 men on a Strape. They might be able to make this work. This may be their first round win here on day 1.
First round of the game would be huge for them. The buck above starting to tear the site apart. Habana now getting ready for the post plan as well. R9 in a pretty good position, provided he wants to start dealing some damage with the buck upstairs. The fuse as well. No. It's a perfect connection there for the duel set up. The first down to come out from BG Man. The confirmation with the impact. It's not quite there.
Wow.
Keith with 4 in the round. It's huge from him. Strape finally find the leaderboard and put themselves back in this game. It might not be all the way back in it. Fury still hold a great lead, but that is at least a start.
It is definitely something, and it is better than taking this on their knees, going 7-0. At least they're not making a repeat mistake of what happened earlier today. Yeah, better than variance. And we would expect
they can take that. They can
we
take
would
that.
Expect so.
It's only one round.
It's, you know what? And they're going to be happy with it. You're like, you know what? We got 1 round against Fury. We're good.
I do want to highlight, like, just there in the player cams, you can see that even though they are getting absolutely whomped, you know, they're smiling, they're happy, everyone on the Strape look like they're enjoying themselves, so you do have to give them that. You know, mistakes regardless, round count regardless, they're doing their best, they're enjoying themselves, they're just having some fun, so that's good to see at the end of the day. Very respectable as well from a team like a Strape. I mean, love to see it. Fury, though, hold 5. They need 1 more to finish it.
5 seconds left.
Can they do it? Obviously, will be answered momentarily. They're on the bottom floor this time instead of open area, so the prospects are quite high. But Keith had a pretty good round last round. If he can keep that up, I mean, he's 11-6 now. Only imagine what he can do with another 5 rounds.
Anything's possible, man. Honestly, Strape have come a long way. It's not over yet, and you're not out of the clear just yet either, but you can see, you know, they can hold a pretty strong man advantage, and they can win rounds. It's whether or not they're really setting in with each other as a roster, or generally if they're switched on. So hopefully we see this actually happen for them. And now that Dark is playing on that Mozzie, might be able to find a little bit more information, and now that he's, you know, got a little bit more of a reliable weapon, I would say, I really think he might be able to secure this win for them. They are on match point, don't forget.
It's the same as sort of when I was talking on like round 5, like Hollis and Dark together almost have the same amount of kills. They're 1 off as all 5 members of a Strape. It's 21-22 just in 2 players, which to me is kind of crazy, but even still, I guess it just highlights the difference. Hajime will retreat. Fury are making an early sort of move back towards the downstairs part of the site. You can't really blame them. They've already wasted half the round. They don't really need a kill, especially on the bottom floor. So with Goyo in play too, it definitely makes things a whole lot easier. But we hear that Bark Skeleton Key making short work of the floor upstairs, just making sure that no one from Fury is lurking around. There is one upstairs that we do see through the floor, but they are going to start to drop off now. And there you go, Fury, with a minute left in play, have plenty of time to return back to the site and wait for a strafe to come to them.
A lot of opportunities for Fury to play this smart. They don't have to force their hand, and with the setup they do have right now, as long as Hajime stays alive and buys as much time, just plays Ring Around the Rosie with these attackers, he might just be able to win this for his team just based on time. They, of course, need to get a Mosey on as they are running out of time. 44 seconds left on the clock, taking out some of these drones still. And, but they're nowhere. Okay.
That was sharp from Big G. My, Shiny opens it up with one on Hajime, though. We have 30 seconds left in play. I9 poised and ready to start opening up these Goyo canisters with the smokes as well from Lycolis to support. They are starting to go now. Utility is being opened up. The smoke canisters as well as the Goyos. 2 Toxic Babes used, looking for the third. I9 opens it up with 2 huge kills for Fury. It's a flurry, 3 going both ways. I9 for 3 of his own. Big G, the last alive now. No hope whatsoever. Fury close it out with a phenomenal last round. 7-1. A straight did better than Variance, but at the end of the day, Fury still hold their title in this matchup. 7-1. No questions asked. Easy breezy. Thanks for coming. Fury walk away with Bank under their belts.
There you have it. Fury have not lost the magic at all. Dark popping off from start to end, consistently really delivering the goods for us here on the desk and everyone at home watching. It's been a pretty interesting day one, Proto. And you know what? Some of these new guys, some of the new players are very surprising and very promising. And some of these new teams and some of these new rosters are also very surprising in some sense.
Yeah, look, we had some pretty surprising outcomes overall. Well, I say surprising. At the end of the day, the Direwolves continued the overtime win deficit against Elevate. Champion walking away with victory over Obsession. Could have honestly been, arguably was one of the most 50-50 games tonight. It could have gone in favor of anyone, but for the game we just watched on your screens right now, Fury 7-1 all rounds, 1 on kills. I don't actually think we see the diffuser a couple of times, but even then it was all frag related. So at the end of the day, Fury, I do want to see them tighten up the ship a little bit when they come in, because there was definitely a lot of things that weren't as clean cut and polished as what we saw in the last season. But similar to the last season, we're doing another giveaway for the evening. This is the last one of the night, so make sure for the final time, follow Rainbow Six SEA, the Twitch channel that we're on currently, and then enter the hashtag in the chat, hashtag call your shots, for your final chance of the evening to win 600 R6 credits, as well as your chance at an R6 Operations League SEA pin. Keep in mind, we do these giveaways every broadcast, so they will be going again tomorrow night. If you didn't win one tonight, make sure you come back and give it another go tomorrow. But right now, for the final time this evening, drop those hashtags in chat, chuck us a follow, see if you can get your hands on these credits.
Do not miss out, guys. It is actually such a nice pin, but if anything, there are always more chances, as mentioned already. And of course, there are other broadcasts to be checking out as well. If you guys speak Mandarin, there's always the Mandarin broadcast from Taiwan, and there's of course the Thai broadcast for everyone that does speak Thai and is from Thailand. You know, you can always check that out. We all know that our Thai fan base and audience base is very strong here, very strong.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of very strong, we've got 2 teams opening up Playday number 1 with a really, really solid performance. I mean, Gaming Gladiators as well as Fury. Yes, I know we talked about we want to see Fury tighten things up, because let's be honest, that was pretty rough from them. I mean, if that was a team like Champion, like Direwolves, like Elevate, that was just going to be a Fury stomp. But at the end of Playday number 1, they lock in second, so they have to be happy about that. After our first day of play, this is what our leaderboard looks like. Gaming Gladiators comfortable in first, Fury for second, Champion third, Direwolves in fourth, and Elevate just missing out on that top 4 spot.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough for Elevate right now, but it's only the first playday, and it is top dog versus top dog over there with Elevate and Direwolves going up against each other. It's easy to take number one. So last season's champions are back up at the top. Gladiators still controlling that first place and wearing the crown. So far, you know what? All is good, and I can only hope we see Variance and the Strafe actually like move up the ladder. In all honesty, it's kind of unlikely that we see them break top 4 by the end of the season, but you never know. They might have a spot and a time in the limelight for just a brief moment.
I'm going to be honest, this take, I don't think we see Fury lock in top 4 if they continue to play like that. I think Champion might have a shot this season up there with Elevate and Direwolves, but albeit next week, well, tomorrow rather, sorry, should I say, we'll be right back, same casters, but different games. Fury versus Obsession for match number 1 tomorrow night. Gaming Gladiators versus Elevate. Make sure you don't miss that one. Game number 3, Direwolves and Champion, and match number 4, Straight versus Variance. So that will set up, I think, the bottom 2 seeds on who's going to be sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard, depending on round count. But other than that, Lan, anything else that stands out to you for tomorrow?
To be honest, I'm just looking forward to another day of Siege. It is a very exciting time, and it has been a very explosive first day. Off the bat, we had 2 of probably some of the better matches that we could have asked for, and then obviously two games where we kind of expected where we're going to go, and no real surprises, but some good attempts at really showing growth for a lot of these players and these new rosters coming into Operation League. So overall, pretty happy day 1.
Yeah, day 1 has been a pretty solid beginning to the Operations League Southeast Asia Autumn Series. And I mean, as you said, all the teams that have made those roster changes have been performing at a relatively high level. I mean, the only one that didn't perform how we expected again was Fury. I know we're harping on about it, but compared to what they were like at the end of last season, coming as close as they did that many times to a team like a Strape, could just be them shaking the rust off. It could just be first game nerves. As we saw with Elevate, you know, the curse is there. The first game tends to be the one that is the roughest when you start getting back into the flow of it. So hopefully tomorrow rather, sorry. I keep saying next week. I'm expecting next week, but it's tomorrow. It's same time, same place, same people. Yeah. But for us tonight, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the end of the show. You know what's coming tomorrow, so make sure you don't miss it. We'll be back here at the same time, as I said, me and Lan bringing you everything you want to watch tomorrow evening. But from us tonight, that is all. Have a good evening. See you later.